beautiful smile in there. Thank you.
Jums ir skaists
Labrīt,
smiles.
good morning. It's time to start our conference today. It's Friday, as you know. And probably you know the date, but that's just fine. It's going to be fine. So the conference is dedicated to the next generation of European investments. And the money is a sensitive topic, but not for you guys, I guess, since you're from business, investment world and related industries. I'm really happy to see full house here today. I think the agenda, as you see on your badges as well, is quite condensed. But on the other hand, it will be rapid, I believe, because of the way the organizers have planned this beautiful content. My name is Oskar Spriede. I'm the humble moderator for you guys today, just to guide you through the day. If you have any questions at any point, just approach me, ask me. Most probably I will not help you, but know who is the person to help. So some technical things. The conference would be held in English for the most of its parts, so if you need some translation, tiem, kuri grib justies komfortablāk.
So those of you who feel more comfortable in English would like to remind you that the working language is English, so if you need a headset interpretation unit, just raise your hand. If you haven't fetched one, raise your hand and it will be delivered to you. A lady in white and black needs an interpretation device. Does anyone else needs? Don't be shy, don't be shy. It's all about getting the content.
Those who need them. For those who don't speak Latvian, I have to say that we will have a short session after the lunch. The debate would be held in Latvian, which means that during the lunch for non-Latvian speakers, so please take translation devices. I'm going to remind about that one later as well. So, what else? We are live streamed, so you've been filmed. I'm not sure if you agreed with that, but there's just no other way nowadays. So, hello to those watching us through the technology on the other side. Right, what else? Probably you've noticed already during the registration time, we have Expo in the upper floor. It will be open also during the lunch. And what is significant that the dessert in the lunch would be served in the upper floor. So the coffee and dessert is there. It's a good chance to visit Expo of national contact points to understand all the opportunities that you might have from these institutions. All right, I think that's all. We can start with the opening part. You'll see two representatives from the European Commission, and as the first one, I'd like to have a warm welcome by you guys, Andris Kužnieks, acting head of European Commission representation in Latvia.
Labrīt. Good morning to everyone. It's a really pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, friends, for me to open this conference and to kick off the autumn season of the events, and there are plenty of them, even today, as we know. And there's also not only the date, what Oskar's told, but also full moon, but I hope it doesn't influence us that much. Why are we here and what are we discussing? Of course, we are in quite challenging times, but also in exciting times, because for us working in the European Commission, we are living in the time of change, because we are switching from one European Commission to another one. And of course, the new European Commission and leadership always comes with some new initiatives, new agenda, etc. So I think this will be also a very good opportunity probably to touch and think beyond of what is existing to what is proposed in the new. And there we will see a lot of interesting things about more greener Europe, sustainability, and about the future. And as a words of for thinking for this conference, I would like to quote Warren Buffett, who said that the rich invest in time and the poor invest in money. But I think we Europeans invest smart and sustainable. So I hope this motto will guide you through this conference. And now I will also give the word to my colleague, economist in our representation, Martin Zemītis, who has been very instrumental in putting together all this conference, and he will have more insights on why and how we will be discussing today. Thank you very much for your attention, and have a good conference.
Well, it's a true honor, ladies and gentlemen, Director General Mark Lemaitre, to open today's event on the future of investment and capital markets in the Baltics. Welcome to Riga for those of you who hail from our neighboring countries and further off, and welcome to the Daile Music House. I mean, seeing the full house is really music to my eyes, if I may say so. So why did we put this event together? You may ask, why did we choose to focus on investment as opposed to sort of other factors of production, such as labor, which is becoming tighter in the Baltics, or trade. We read something new every night on Twitter, and we have trade turbulence. As you know, investment is the lifeblood of any economy. Without new investment, development stops, firms stagnate, growth slows, there are no new jobs, scientific innovation does not reach the market. At the end of the day, the quality of life suffers. The investments of today create the development and wealth of tomorrow. We know this very well here across the Baltics. For almost 30 years, the Baltics have been catching up with Scandinavia and the rest of Europe, and enormous progress has been achieved, in large part owing to the foreign direct investment and European structural funds. But much work remains to be done, as you know, especially in reaching for those fruits which are hanging higher, boosting innovation, productivity, and climbing up the global value chains. Therefore, in today's conference, we firstly wanted to take stock of the investment trends here in the Baltics. What investment are we getting? Are we getting enough? What about investment into research and innovation? We have tightening demographic situation, we have more homegrown capital, the deposits are increasing, we have unrolling of the economic cycle. All of these factors impact the investment landscape. Second, we wanted to look at the Baltic region as a whole, much like the rest of the world sees the Baltics. This approach is highly symbolic these days as we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Baltic chain, the Baltic Way, the human chain which linked the Baltic capitals in '89. But Baltic economic space is not just a symbol and just an aspiration. There are many functional business projects, some of which will be featured here today, such as Rail Baltica or Air Baltic, electricity and gas interconnections, Baltic Innovation Fund, Generation 1 and now 2, Pan-Baltic Capital Markets, and of course many others. Third, we wanted to put together money and reforms. I mean, economic progress cannot be possible without investment and sort of purposeful economic change. Let me call this smart investment. Coupling money and reforms makes economic sense because it guides investment towards those sectors and projects which are more conducive for future growth and brings best returns. While not always an exact science, with some smart quality investment we can add more value, especially when and if public money is limited and priorities must be set. Fourth, in making these smart investments based on sensible economic strategy, the Baltics receive a lot of help and guidance from the European Union. The Finance Ministry has accounted that some 1.5% of the GDP derives from structural funds, which account for some 60% of all public investment. Therefore, what happens in the next planning period from 2021 to 2027 is of keen public interest in this country and the neighboring countries as well. Let me now personally thank Director General Mark Lemaitre for traveling to Riga to share what project promoters need to bear in mind, perhaps when planning for future investments from the Cohesion Policy. Fifth, we wanted to look at the diversity of ways of financing investment beyond the traditional grant and bank finance. In the next generation of funding, the financial instruments such as loans, guarantees, and risk financing will become more prominent and will hopefully help to crowd in more private investors. What to expect from the new generation of InvestEU, the proverbial Juncker Fund, which now takes, the proposal is to take under a single umbrella all the different financial instruments at the EU level, the Strategic Investment Fund, the Connecting Europe Facility, Creative Europe, to student loans. I mean, I look forward to what I'm sure will be a quite scintillating debate between the mayor of the great city of Cēsis and the CEO of Latvia's development institution, Altum, to discuss the pros and cons of grants versus financial instruments. This is a debate we've had in this country and across the Baltics. What can you do with grants? What can't you do with grants? What you can do with financial instruments? What can't you? But we also wanted to showcase some best practice examples of how companies have financed their growth and development through capital markets. Latvian development institution Altum, as you know, has recently issued 3 bonds, including a green bond. Leading pan-Baltic airline Air Baltic in June proudly issued the largest bond ever in the Baltic economic history, worth 200 million. It was oversubscribed. We have the CEO of Air Baltic with us to take us through the company's success and the ambitious plans for the airline, which ensures that the Baltics are connected to the rest of the world. And finally, we have some good experts in the House to take a frank and holistic look at the Baltic stock, bond, venture, and risk markets. With the help of EU's Structural Reform Support Service and EBRD, the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, much work has been done in recent years to boost the capital market infrastructure and create new investment products. We will hear firsthand what new opportunities are now available and what could be this game changer in really deepening the capital markets here in the Baltics. But let me stop here. I do not intend to steal the thunder, so to speak, from the speakers. Let me thank all of them for accepting the challenge to break out of perhaps the traditional panel format, which we're so used to, and accepting to speak in the TED-style talks. We know that this has taken a toll on some of the speakers, many hours of hard work, choreography, dance, and voice training lessons. Enormous thanks for taking the plunge. Let me also thank the many participants from Lithuania in particular, and let me hope that in some years, by 2026, you will come here on a train in less than 1 hour and 40 minutes instead of more CO2 emitting vehicles. This conference is, of course, a great networking opportunity. I implore you to talk to each other in this great audience over lunch, which will be served by a man, interesting man, you'll hear about that. We have quite uniquely also brought together, as the moderator already said, the national contact points of the various EU directly administered programs, such as COSME, Innofin, EASY, Erasmus, Life, Creative Europe, and others. And program mentors will be only happy and eager to explain the ins and outs of these programs and how you can benefit. Let's have a great conference and let our investments succeed. Thank you.
You know, I moderate quite a lot of events, and most of them happen so that I get the final agenda just the day before, and we have a little brief before the conference, and it just goes on. But the number of emails I got from Martins regarding this conference was exceeding any normal, situation. I was like, what is happening there? But actually, I mean, I was quite, delighted to see the level of commitment by Martins and his team to set up all the conference and its contents. So this is it. This is the result of hard work. I think it was a few months that you worked at least. So our next speaker, Martin already mentioned his name. Mark Lemaitre is the Director General from the DG for Regional and Urban Policy. Has experience of about 20 years in European affairs, holds a master's degree in European economics, and is ready to share some insights about future of EU funds, the question that is very sensitive and very much of our interest. So please, the floor is yours. Yes.
Oscar, thank you very much. And colleagues from the representation, Andres, Martin, thanks you so much for, I think, setting the scene in an extremely vibrant way. There are many reasons why I'm extremely pleased and touched, in fact, to be here today, because one of them is very private. Latvia is the only member state in which I had never set foot before, so it's my first visit here. And to me, it is about more than one member state on the list. As it happens, you recalled the Baltic chain of 30 years ago. My political awakening really happened with the conquest of freedom in Central Europe. And Central Europe is a part of Europe which is particularly close to my heart. So thank you for having me here today. A second reason, you already named it, is that this is a very special moment for the institutional landscape in Europe. We are in a phase of renewal. The European Parliament has taken a new shape, has by now more or less organized itself since the European elections in May, and we are waiting for the European Parliament to approve a new European Commission, a European executive. And I understand this is a word which you have difficulty in translating in Latvian when we are talking about, for instance, executive vice presidents now as part of the Commission. And I will try, even though you will understand I have to be prudent, because indeed the new Commission is not yet in place, but I will definitely try to speculate a bit about the next Commission's plans. And finally, it's a point which has also already been touched upon. I'm very happy that our representation shaped this as a Baltic event, an event to bring together decision makers from the three Baltic countries. Indeed, the external world probably sees the three Baltic states as pretty much one area of Europe. Obviously, we know this is there is much more to it than that kind of generic vision and much more diversity than that. But at the same time, my impression is that there is so much scope for more cooperation between the three Baltic states. And when I say cooperation, it is obviously on very concrete things, on infrastructure projects, etc., which require to look beyond one's borders. But it is also in looking at some common features, weaknesses, difficulties which you might be facing. One which springs to my mind immediately is demography. You have huge land masses for your populations. This creates serious challenges in terms of providing public services, in terms of sustainable infrastructures, and so on and so forth. And probably some help might come also by looking at what can be done with perhaps other municipalities just across the border, and so on and so forth. But this is not my speech. I might come back to that when I zoom into some of the key priorities which we would be seeing for reforms and for investments in the Baltic states. I would want to start, as I am meant to speak about EU funds and their future, so about the medium to long-term prospect of the EU budget and its different instruments. I would want to start by what we have on the table, which is a Commission proposal for the future, and how it came about. I think it is essential to acknowledge the very, very difficult backdrop that we are facing. On, if you want, the resources side of the EU budget, well, the future will probably be written without the United Kingdom. And the United Kingdom represents 15% of the EU's GDP, nearly 1/6 of the EU's GDP. And it represents much more than that in terms of contributing to the capacity of the EU budget to be redistributive, i.e. to benefit some member states significantly more than what they pay in. So it is clear that the EU budget will suffer from the UK turning its back on the EU. We will be economically weakened, and certainly specifically for the EU budget, this redistributive capacity will suffer somewhat. The second major phenomenon is related there to the needs of the EU, so probably to the expenditure side of the EU budget. We are at a time where on multiple fronts we see that there is urgency to either equip ourselves with new instruments, which we don't have today, in order to solidify the ship, or we need to reinforce common means because the rest of the world is somehow developing much faster than we are. Let me mention a few areas which, to us in the European Commission, are obviously in dying need of more common means, and that means the EU budget. The first one is economic and monetary union. The 3 Baltic states today share the euro with the rest of the Eurozone. The crisis has told us that the Eurozone can be under significant pressure, can be at risk, and we believe, have a way to go in order to make the Eurozone safe and solid and permanent. For that, we think that we need, on the one hand, and that's why I'm also so pleased at the title of your conference, we need to stimulate reforms. The Eurozone is not sufficiently reform-oriented. We have some members of the Eurozone who have been struggling for many years now with keeping up with the average, which is not that brilliant either, the average of the Eurozone. I mean, let's think of Italy, let's think of France even. France has discovered now some resolve for going for reforms. But in Italy, clearly, there's still a long way to go. I would suggest also that in the Baltic states, there is quite a to-do list, an ideal to-do list in terms of reforms. So we need in Europe to develop some instruments in order to stimulate and facilitate reforms. The second point for EMU, I think, is about the cycles and the potential shocks. We need a stabilization function. We need to be able to help in an asymmetric way some member states. You have known it before joining the Eurozone, but not that long before yourselves in 2008. Some member states sometimes face severe downturns, and we should be capable of smoothing these cyclical extremes. Secondly, an obvious point, I hope, migratory pressures. And here, again, ultimately it goes to the heart of one cherished freedom which we have built together, the freedom of movement, and the fact that when I am landing in Riga, no one asks me who I am, no one asks me for my ID. The Schengen area, free movement. Well, today, if you land in France, you face a situation of the 90s. You get out of your plane and you have a long queue of people who all have to show their passports. The Schengen area today is under threat, and it is linked to the migratory pressures we have faced and to our incapacity until now to fully control the situation. For that, we also need to equip ourselves collectively better. And why collectively? Because the external borders are collective by now. If internally we have no borders, we have a collective responsibility. It's not just Italy or Greece or Spain who have to master this on their own. And this is why we believe we need to help member states who are providing this common public good of monitoring the borders. This is why we have proposed some more means for border management. This is why we have proposed some more means for facing the costs of welcoming asylum seekers whose asylum applications have been accepted. This is why we are proposing to help member states financially to return asylum seekers whose applications have been turned down. And this is why we also propose some more means to help at the source of what we know is a lot also about economic migration. And so we have proposed some reinforced means for external action, especially in the direction of the African continent. Thirdly, security and defense. You are well placed in the Baltic region to know something about that, and to know something, for instance, about cybersecurity, which is becoming a very serious concern. In terms of defense, we have proposed to improve the military mobility capacity through infrastructure. Again, your region is quite strategic for that. And we have proposed a European defense fund, a European Defense Fund, EDF, just like the Development Fund, which aims at stimulating the cooperation on military projects of companies of all sizes. And the fourth and last new priority I would see, it's a bundle of things, but it is about equipping ourselves better for the future, because as I mentioned, in many respects, Europe is desperately falling behind developments elsewhere in the world. And it is about investing sufficiently in our youth. It is about investing sufficiently in research and innovation. Think about, big data, artificial intelligence, etc., and look at the trends. Europe is pretty muted, and on the other hand, you have China, which is taking the lead on all these technologies of the future. And of course, it is. I mentioned artificial intelligence. It is about investing into our digital economy. So the backdrop, I was long on that, but it means, on the one hand, scarce revenue for the EU budget and so many new needs in the EU. So how to square that circle ultimately? I want to say very firmly that the proposal which the Commission has put on the table is not its dream. The European Commission would have wanted to put on the table certainly a much more ambitious proposal. President Juncker said two very important things, but I don't think they are sinking in member states, unfortunately. The first one is that the EU budget should not be about an accounting exercise. Well, what we are seeing without surprise, and I'll come back to it at the end, where are we on discussing the future EU budget and eventually agreeing to it? What we are seeing is that member states are approaching it in exactly the same way they did in the past. And I will not hide from you, this is a bit depressing. Because they are approaching it just like an accounting exercise. Zero-sum game, What can I get out of it? What do I have to pay into it? Not ideal. We will continue to make the case that this is about, collective vision. And this is exactly the second quote I'd like to mention from President Juncker. What the EU budget should be is the EU ambition translated in figures. Now, knowing about the realities of our member states and their reflexes, we have put on the table something which we believe is, on the one hand, realistic because it takes into account this pretty narrow view of individual member states, but at the same time, we have wanted to push them beyond their zone of comfort. And this is why we tried to strike the balance, having some belt tightening, yes, in certain areas of the EU budget, and then some reinforcements in those areas I outlined before, leading to an EU budget which, in all ways, would be growing quite significantly if you take it for an EU of 27 member states. In terms of gross national income of the 27, we would be at 1.08% of the EU's collective GNI. How does that compare to the present multi-annual financial framework? Well, the present multi-annual financial framework is just 1.00% of the EU's GNI. But that GNI indeed includes the United Kingdom. Where did we propose to save? In what many people call the traditional policies, the two biggest spending blocks of the EU budget, the common agricultural policy on the one hand, and the cohesion policy on the other. In a brutal way, we don't think so. For cohesion policy specifically, 10% cut in real terms, on average. And we believe that in the differentiated way we have approached it, taking into account the very different fortunes of the different member states since we last set the cohesion policy envelope and the support for each and every individual member states, we believe that we took into account some very favorable developments, and certainly the Baltic region is part of them, because there has been strong convergence, and Lithuania, for one, is the member state which over the past 7 years made the biggest progress in terms of converging with average EU GDP per head, moving up from, if I remember well, 61% of the EU average 7 years back to now 76 or even 77% of that EU average. And we also, of course, had to take into account that some member states were ravaged by the economic crisis. Think of Greece. Greece has lost no less than 27 percentage points when it comes to that EU average, dropping from 95% of the EU average 7 years ago to 69% today. Now, to the title, budget and reforms. Yes, we think that we need to look at these things together. And this is what we have proposed for cohesion policy in what we hope is a convincing way to member states. By now, we have put on the table the way in which we propose to reinforce this interaction between investment supported by cohesion policy on the one hand and the identification of reform needs on the other through the annual cycle, which is called the European semester. We have put out country reports, like every year, and for the Baltic states, telegraphically, because time is already running out, I just mentioned the few areas which we have suggested should be priority areas for reforms, for investments, and therefore also for cohesion policy in the future. One is clearly innovation. Innovation needs to be stimulated, including, yes, cooperation at the regional level on innovation. The education system, training system, resource efficiency, thinking about circular economy, etc. There's a long way to go on this. The health system, obviously, and when I talk about all these things, it has a lot to do, obviously, with your demographic trends, which doesn't make it easy. Connectivity, yes, a lot of infrastructural connectivity is still required. And I would want to emphasize regional disparities. It is the first time that we have looked more in depth at regional disparities within the Baltic states, and there is a very common feature, which is that the three Baltic economies are very, very much dominated by the dynamism of their capital cities, and the rest of these huge land masses I have mentioned is failing to keep up and in many respects is falling back. So we believe that there is really a need to focus on that, as well as to focus on social exclusion. As you know, the Baltic states also are, within the EU, the member states having the highest income inequality within the population. But cohesion is not everything. We said we wanted to stimulate reforms overall, so we have proposed a new instrument for that, which would allow member states to propose some reforms they intend to do, and for the Commission then to agree to support these through a financial package. By now, this proposal has mutated somewhat into what should become the core of a Eurozone budget. The name that has been given to it by now, it wasn't the Commission proposal, is the budgetary instrument for convergence and competitiveness. Now, our original proposal foresaw something like 20 billion euros over 7 years, so more or less 3 billion euros per year, in order to stimulate such reforms. Let's see what comes out of it in this slightly revamped approach, focused exclusively on the Eurozone, but we are happy to see that the basic philosophy of it has been kept. It is about reforms and investment packages, as they are called right now. Now, this was for the present Commission. What can we say about the future Commission? The Commission which has been put together by Ms. von der Leyen. I think that it's interesting to note the job titles of the different members of that future Commission. It's not because I'm in Latvia that I will start with the job title of Mr. Dombrovskis, but I start with that one because I think it is, especially for the conference of today, quite a fundamental title. He has the title, An Economy That Works for the People. And indeed, we should always put the people as our ultimate goal to improve the daily lives of our citizens. And this title hides, in fact, a very broad competence attributed to Executive Vice President Dombrovskis, because it will be covering cohesion policy, for instance, so investments. It will be covering reforms, the European semester, and specifically something he knows very well, the financial systems. And then I'd like to mention what should be the new commissioner for the DG I am heading. It is a commissioner from Portugal, Ms. Ferreira, and her title would be, surprise, surprise, cohesion and reforms. And in fact, she would be specifically responsible for the ERDF, you know what that is, the Cohesion Fund, but also for this new instrument, budgetary instrument for competitiveness and convergence. And then, obviously, I should mention Mr. Timmermans, first Executive Vice President, in charge of the European Green Deal. Ms. von der Leyen has clearly put sustainability, questions of sustainability at the heart of her political program, and she has committed to come forward with a European Green Deal within the first 100 days of the next Commission's mandate. And she has already expressed a very concrete idea. It is to create a new fund, which would be called the Just Transition Fund, which will be there to help those regions in Europe which are facing particularly tough challenges to move towards carbon neutrality. So it will certainly be, I'm venturing there, because there's no proposal on the table yet, but it will certainly be focusing on regions which have comparatively very, very high CO2 emissions rate as compared to the added value they produce. Now, just one word. Oh, I'm already terrible. You haven't yet called me to order. You should. So, what next? What next? What do we need? Martins, I think, has been talking about all the uncertainties which are flying around right now and which are really taxing economic development across the world, in fact. I would suggest that what we need is to create some certainty. And Europe can create some certainty. It can create some certainty by coming to an agreement on the next multi-annual financial framework, the European budget for the future, in a timely fashion. Are we there today? No, not at all. Should we lose hope? No, we should not lose hope. European budgets are always about miracles, you know? It is a miracle. You have 27 member states who think this is a zero-sum game, and basically they have all to agree to what they sign up to, meaning that some have to agree to pay in what they think is far too much as compared to what they get out, and others who have to agree to receive perhaps a bit less than they think they would really need altogether. But in the past, well, this is the miracle of European construction, we have always managed in the end. And certainly, we as European Commission, we will be. With Mr. Oettinger today, with Mr. Hahn tomorrow, we will be pushing relentlessly for a timely agreement. Europe has all to lose to just procrastinate and wait on this and contribute, therefore, to the uncertainties and to a bad investment climate. Member states should understand that what we are talking about is peanuts. We are talking about something between 1%, as I said, and 1.08% of the EU's GNI. Is this going to break anyone's back? No. Is this going to fundamentally change, anyone's the equilibria of anyone's national budgets? No. But we have so much to gain to really put in place all these new instruments that are in that we are waiting for. So we hope that we will see over the coming months member states getting together and showing the necessary level of ambition. The necessary level of ambition to increase ultimately public investment, because we need more public investment in Europe. Public investment has suffered a lot from the economic crisis, and the EU budget is the ideal way of getting more public investment, and ambition to really achieve also more reforms in Europe with the help of the EU budget. We need to find the right balance between solidarity and own responsibility of member states, and on that every member state should reflect about also what kind of own responsibility they can take. We believe that Latvia can take more responsibility. Latvia has developed very well. Same for Lithuania and for Estonia. And this is why we have proposed that, for instance, there should be a higher national co-financing for EU funds in order to have more ownership and in order to have ultimately a higher volume of investments. So our plea would be, indeed, to approach the coming months in a European spirit for the benefit of all member states and for the benefit, in particular, of all European citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Director General. I had a question, but I will leave that to the lunch break. If you're still here, I hope. Are you? For the lunch and for the rest of the day? That's good. Nice. I see some people up there very comfortably sitting. It's okay up there. Air is fine. I see people taking notes in their laptops from those speeches. No emails, just notes. Good. We are rearranging our stage. How many of you watch TED Talks on a regular basis? If you don't know what I'm asking about, you don't watch TED Talks, obviously. So about 1/3. So TED Talks are usually, the length is between 12 and 18 minutes, something like that. And that's scientifically proven amount of time that people can comfortably maintain their attention. And that's, it should be enough for the speaker to convey the main message, the core of the topic. So we will have TED-style talks in the first session before the lunch, 4 of them. They will happen just now, actually. And after each speech, we will have an opportunity for short Q&A session. So if you have some questions, just raise your hand. We have microphones in the audience. But, well, we'll see about the timing of those things. Right. So we have a first speaker. His profession is really interesting. He's a forecaster. I'm not talking about the weather here. But, well, you could compare the two. Anyways, Martin Čaboliņš is the chief economist in Daile Bank. He has more than 10 years of experience in his field, and actually in 2016 and 2017, he was awarded as Best Overall Forecaster in Latvia. Is that true?
Yeah.
So you see future at some point?
Sometimes a bit.
Sometimes a bit. Okay. How about these 15 minutes?
I will try.
All right, good.
Good. Hello, everybody, and it's really a great pleasure to be here today. So I have 15 minutes. I will try to talk about the investment trends in the Baltics. So obviously, I don't have enough time to account for all the investment that has been done in the Baltics in the last 15, 20 years, so I will not try to do that. Instead, what I will try to do is try to set a stage, so basically set the background of where we are in terms of our economic development and how investment has contributed there, especially the foreign direct investment. And then I would like to argue that basically the Baltic region has now reached the point where the way we have done things before, the way we have financed investment before, is sort of this model of development has run its course, and we are at the very limits of that. And that we should be, in the future, thinking about different types of investments and different sources of financing for investments. So I will try to argue that basically our current, let's say, the model is no longer viable for a very long time. But let's start with a big look on the past. So basically, Latvia is now independent and the Baltics for almost 30 years. And when the Soviet Union collapsed, we had people, we had some capital, but we had to transition from the market, from the Soviet planned economy to the market economy. We lost market to the east. We were uncompetitive in the markets to the west, and we didn't have any money. We needed a lot of investment, basically everywhere, and we didn't have any money. So the logical thing to do was to look for money outside. So this is why we have focused a lot on attracting foreign direct investment in the Baltics. And basically, I think we have done reasonably well. I mean, since 2000, the average growth in the Baltics has been 4% per year. That's sort of comparable level to some of the Asian tigers. We have foreign direct investment leading the way. And so we have reached about 70 to 80% of the EU average income levels per capita, so if you take into account purchasing power parities. So that's I think, quite good. And definitely foreign investment playing a key role here. So this is for Latvia. If you look on the Baltics, the story is pretty much similar. We look on the trends in the Lithuania, Estonia, they're the same. And if you look on the sectoral mix of where the investment went, it's also basically everywhere. So it's a broad mix. We have manufacturing, we have retail, we have finance, we have real estate. We had too much real estate at some point, so we had some crisis in the way. And if we look on the Foreign Investment Council in Latvia, they have calculated that basically foreign direct investment, companies owned by foreign investors account for almost 50% of turnover, of taxes paid to the budget, and also of the profits in the corporate sector. So that's a very significant driver. Now, in this, and this is maybe something that's overlooked a bit in the Baltics, but the globalization, which is now a bit contentious subject these days, but it really played a key role in our development in sort of attracting FDIs. If we look, we can see that basically our share in the global markets grew at the same rate as basically the overall world trade expanded. Same with foreign direct investment. We saw significant inflows in Latvia of foreign direct investment, but that also happened together with the overall shift in the global economy, globalization, cross-border investment flows. So basically we had, when we regained independence, the world started to globalize a lot, and basically we jumped on that bandwagon. So that's changing a bit now. We see that's, and that's not only President Trump and his tweets. We see that already since the financial crisis, world trade as a share of global GDP has been flat. So that's changing. But I think that's not something to worry us because we don't have ways to influence that. We should look more on ourselves. And here I see basically 4 areas that basically where the investment landscape has changed significantly, and that basically tells that we have reached the limits of how far we can stretch this model. So one is diversification of the economy, and the way I look to this is through exports. If you look in the 2000, our exports was very basic. So that was wood products, transit, shipping commodities from Russia to the European markets, apparel, textiles, and some metals. So that's basically 3/3 of exports in 2000. So, but we have diversified a lot since then. So, of course, still the economy is relatively basic. Our main exports is still wood products. Our main exports is still food products. But the service sectors have increased a lot. Other sectors of manufacturing have increased a lot. And so basically, if we compare ourselves in 20 years ago, we have changed a lot, and this is basically completely inaccurate forecast for this year, but nonetheless you can see the third overall biggest exporter is now actually professional services. So not only economy has grown a lot, it has diversified a lot, and in good part because of the foreign direct investment. So this by itself doesn't say that it cannot continue. Of course it can, but if we take this together with what has happened in the labor market, then I think it makes more sense, because if you look on the unemployment rate, there has been basically a very significant reduction in structural unemployment. The way I see it is basically when the Soviet economy collapsed, it was very inefficient. It left a lot of spare resources around, including labor, and it has taken us 30 years to get this resource back to productive use. So we see in Latvia, but also in the wider Eastern European region, the unemployment has finally come down to levels that were basically unimaginable even a few years ago. In Latvia, 6.5%, Eastern European average 5%. And so basically, this can only happen once. And so we had cheap and abundant labor, and it's not the case anymore. So together with significant changes in the structure of the economy, we have finally, let's say, cleared this inefficiency for the last 30 years, but that means that we don't have a lot of spare resources to focus on this sort of extensive growth, to just get more people to work, because that was the priority before. We have a lot of unemployed people, we need jobs, we don't have capital, we take capital from on board, put them together, put them to work, and sort of drive our development. So that's clearly changing. And together with these, I think they are already quite powerful factors. The third is, and I mentioned this already a couple of times before, in the 90s, when the Baltics regained independence, we were actually capital poor. So we didn't have a lot of money, so we needed foreign direct investment. And that's actually also changing now. If you look on the, and I wouldn't go as far as to say that Baltics are capital rich, they're clearly not, but we are not as poor anymore. For example, if you look on the Latvia, on the just banking sector loans and deposits, we can see that finally, basically our domestic loan portfolio or domestic lending is covered by domestic deposits for the first time since the 90s. If we compare this to the peak before the crisis, we saw that domestic companies and households had borrowed substantially more from the banks than they had in deposits, but now it's in balance. So that's very good. That's good from a macro balance perspective. But that also means that we have to start thinking, how can we use this resource that we have now domestically? Because if we look on our households, 60 to 70% of the assets households have is money in their bank account. So they're not generating any return. The banks are sort of recycling into the economy more or less successfully. Of the rest, from the 30% that's left, that's mostly pension assets. And so basically, we have very few other types of financial assets that households have. So we don't have any investment culture here. We have our stock market capitalization is still very low, very few alternatives to the bank lending. And so basically, the way I see it is not only our economy has changed a lot, not only we have achieved a lot in terms of employment, but because our domestic capital base is increasing, there is now clearly a need for new types of instruments to move domestic savings into the investments, including also pension assets. Banks will do a lot and will do their part, but I think banks cannot do everything, so we need to look on the other types of instruments that we actually didn't need before. We just didn't need it. So I would say this is the good part, and these are really good developments. Unemployment down, economy diversified, growing, increased capital base, that's very, very, very good and nice. But the fourth factor, I would say, is not so nice, and that's, and Martin said that we don't talk about the labor market, but we cannot skip the demographics when we talk about investments as well. And so basically, demographic transition. So the fact that the demographic situation in the Baltics is not very good is a long story. It has been around for quite a while. But the way I see it is that the low birth rates that we had in the 90s are finally catching up to the overall economy. And the way I look at this is if I look at the margins of the labor market, so how many people, young people finish education, come into the labor market, and how many people go out of the labor market when they retire. And up until a few years ago, we still had significant amounts of people, so more people were entering the labor market in the Baltics than were exiting. So in part, this also drove emigration because the economy couldn't absorb all this labor coming in, so some people left. But since already maybe 2-3 years ago, the situation is beginning to change, and it's changing very radically. We see significant decline, shrinking by more than half the amount of people that are entering the labor market. At the same time, we see people, the baby boomers of the 60s reaching retirement or closing to retirement, so the projections is that these people, the amount of those people will increase. And we basically see that everybody is starting to talk about demographics. We see Foreign Investors Council, demography is the key, outstanding challenge they see from their perspective, from their members' perspective. Also, the quality of the labor is becoming more of an issue because there's not that, let's say, amount to choose from. And of course, this is Eurostat projections, so I would say these are quite pessimistic. I would not be as that pessimistic as that, but even if we are very optimistic on the migration, that we get some people back, we get some people from abroad, this is the new reality we are going to live in for the next at least 20 years. So that's also a big change. Previously, we had a lot of labor. There was more labor coming in because of the demographics in the labor market, so we just had to absorb it, create some jobs. That's not anymore. And unfortunately, it has also some negative impacts, and we are already feeling this in the economy. And one way to look at this is to talk about wages. So wages have been growing really quickly lately in the Baltics, 8-9% per year for the last number of years, clearly exceeding productivity. Okay, we have some options to shrink the profit margins, but if we look on the right-hand side, so basically divide GDP by wages and profits, and thus profits that includes investment, includes depreciation, we see that this gap between how much of the income is going to the labor and how much is going to the business is actually increasing. And as a result, if you look on the investment, especially the private sector investment, that's actually as a share of GDP already quite low now. So if we look on the overall investments in the Latvian, then it's quite stable at around 20%, a bit over 20%, but that's increasingly reliant on public sector, increasingly reliant on the EU funds. In fact, private sector is shrinking. Okay, we had some recovery last year, it will be okay this year, but overall the level is low, and so basically we have a wage growth that's happening at the expense of investment. So just at the moment when we need to think about how we move forward, the demographic situation is eating into the investment capability we have to think about the future for the private sector. So that's I think is a big challenge. So just how to sum it up. So I don't have a lot of answers for this. So I just set the stage. The way I see it, we have 80% of the result. We are 80% of the EU level. And I would say we have probably done 20% of the work. So now we have the other way around. We will probably have 80% of the work ahead of us to reach the final destination. We clearly see the wage growth cannot continue indefinitely. So that's what's happening now. And it should happen because we need to stabilize migration, but it cannot exceed productivity forever. And the best way, of course, we need to focus is on productivity. And for that, we need investment. And for that, we need to change the growth model. We have to move from the resource utilization to using ever more the labor and the natural resources. And as we saw, we still have the top export industries, our primary industries. And we need to move to different type of growth model. And we need investments to support those priorities. Again, R&D, we have energy efficiency. We need more higher value-added service sectors and production sectors. And probably for that, just relying on the foreign direct investment we have done in the past is probably not enough, and we need to look at the new channels, how we can move in also the ever-increasing domestic savings into the real economy to get us from 80 to 100%, and that probably will take a lot of work. So that's setting the stage for today's discussions. I hope we From all our talks, we can see already some of the answers, how can we do it, but I'll stop here. I think all of those subjects are a lot to discuss. Thank you.
Well done.
No, thank you.
I think so, yeah, truly. I have a question. You said, if I understood correctly, that we're almost catching up with the rest of EU. I mean, the EU's average, 80%?
70 for Latvia.
70 for Latvia. And then you mentioned something like final destination. But can we be more ambitious and say that in year this and this, I don't know, 2050 or sooner than that, we will be above EU average? Is that possible?
Well, according to
You're the forecaster.
Yeah,
so
according to current.
You can say whatever you want.
According to current legislation, I have to retire in 2050. So I hope before. So
right.
I don't want to wait until my pension to reach that destination.
You believe in pensions in future?
Of course, I have to. I have to. Otherwise, it's not going to work.
We have an optimist here. Okay, good. So,
Yeah.
what's your answer? Can we be more ambitious and say we in Northern Europe can do better than EU's average?
I think we always have to be more ambitious, and we have to see how we can do it faster. And I think we just have to be very careful also not to repeat the mistakes we made into the just to try and to skip some say credit growth or some boom, and then we
You're from the bank, you know that.
Yeah. We had some experience with that. So
Yes.
so it was nice.
Any questions here in the audience? I have this beautiful microphone, green color, which means, you know, go for it. Okay. Yeah, that, you know, being the first, it's always like that. Just, you know, trust my experience. Anyways, thank you for the insight. Thank you for setting the stage, and
Thank you.
And we see how it goes with your pension.
Yeah.
All right. Our next speaker is, as you've probably seen in your agendas, is from the aviation industry. He's been there for quite a long time. Actually, he started in 1992 as the pilot of Boeing 737. I think that's one of the most popular planes nowadays in the world. And he still holds that pilot's license. So, in case you need a pilot, just, you know, you may call him. He's in Air Baltics since 2011, but before that also has been a leader of different airlines, including Malev in Hungary. So I'm very happy to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Martin Gauss, the president and chief executive officer at Air Baltic, the largest airline in Baltics, flying to over 80 destinations. And thank you for that. It's very, very convenient. Okay, the stage is yours. Thank you.
As the market leader, Air Baltic plays an important role in the Baltics. We are directly and indirectly responsible for 33,000 jobs in Latvia. We impact now the Latvian GDP by 2.5%, 730 million euros. We're the #1 airline in Latvia. We are also now the #1 airline in Estonia. And we will be soon the #1 connectivity provider also in Lithuania. When I came 8 years ago, the airline was technically bankrupt. We had to restructure, stabilize the company, and we had to come up with a business plan, because coming from a technical bankrupt company, there was the question, is there a future at all? So we developed a business plan after the stabilization called Horizon 2021. That was taking us to the year 2021, and there we wanted to fly 34 aircraft in 2021. Today, Air Baltic flies in 2019 39 aircraft. So during the phase of being in that business plan, we found out that to stay in the market and not to disappear like a lot of other airlines do at the moment, we have to go for something more ambitious. And I see a lot of entrepreneurs and managers here in the room, and we and you have the same problem. You want to go for an ambitious growth plan, but then there are lots of challenges. Yeah, you want to plan a significant growth, but there are lots of challenges. And Our business plan, our current business plan, Destination 2025, has a backbone. And that backbone you see behind me, it is the aircraft. We ordered and we decided to order up to 80 Airbus A220-300, the most modern aircraft, the greenest aircraft in the world. We were the first customer of that aircraft. And we took a decision, the volume, the list price volume of this aircraft is $5.9 billion. So it's a heavy investment which we took there for the future. What you see there in the back, it's a desk in my office where we have lined up 80 of these aircraft. And on the left, there's 19 of them, because today we fly 19. Then there's a break, and another 61 are on the right-hand side. And each time when one of these aircraft comes to us from Montreal, I'll move one over. One is coming next week. And it's each time exciting to add to this, because we started at 0. This picture behind me is the most photographed pictures by all journalists coming to Air Baltic and visit us. It's the most talked about thing in our company if you come to my office. All visitors, all the management, there's each time a discussion about that daily vision I have. I see every day where we're going, and I started at 0, and it really motivates me every day to see these 80 planes lined up there. And also my management team has that. They each time see that. So for sure you have something which motivates you in your business, and going forward for me is these little planes. When we did that business plan, we knew, okay, we're going to have 80 aircraft in 2025, we're going to reach a revenue above $1 billion, and we will have above 10 million passengers. But then there are other challenges if you plan something like this. You have an economy out there, you have a competition, you have macro factors. In our case, it's a dollar exchange rate, it's a fuel price, it's CO2 emission certificates, which are going rocket high. All of these things are challenges, but there's one key challenge if you go for a very, very ambitious plan, that's the financing. And we're here talking about financing. So you need to understand, when you do that kind of a plan, what kind of financing do I have available to myself? And in our case, of course, the first thing, you look at your shareholders, and you say, can I go to my shareholder, and they give me more money. That was not possible because the shareholder, Latvian state, did not want to give us more money because it would have been an EU state aid case, so that option was not there. Then obviously you can go for a bank loan, but if you go for a bank loan, the bank wants to have securities. You don't have, when you go for such a growth plan, the securities to just take a bank loan. You can go out and say, I want new shareholders, I want to find new equity. That is possible. And that is something we also started. And at the end, there is an instrument, and I hope I can give that experience. That's why I'm here today and talking about it. There's an instrument, it's a bond issued at the capital markets, and you just go and try to get a bond from the market. Air Baltic decided to do that, and like for every flight, our pilots plan and prepare for the flights. We had to plan and prepare for issuing a bond. It was a complete new experience for us. I haven't done it before, and we at the company have not done it before. So what we did, we hired the best advisors you can have for that. We did a tender amongst investment banks. We hired JP Morgan for that, and we hired 4 international law firms to take us through that journey. We had to understand the process, and that journey started last autumn. The first thing we had to do, or you have to do, then to go to the capital markets, you have to get a credit rating. For that, you have to go in depth into your financials, because the credit rating agency, they want to know all of these things, they want to evaluate your company, and then you hopefully get a credit rating. Air Baltic obtained for the first time a credit rating which was enabling us to go to these markets of BB-. Then you have to create a prospectus, and the prospectus in the case of Air Baltic is 166 pages. It's the most detailed document talking about Air Baltic you can ever have. It talks about any risk my company could ever see, and it talks about all the financials from the past. So every stone is turned around. It's evaluating everything. And then there comes the thing where I'm involved, the CFO is involved, where the bank and the lawyers prepare you for, it's the roadshow. That picture is taken from a fund in Frankfurt. We're looking down to Deutsche Bank. So we're looking down to Deutsche Bank on that occasion, because I think the fund we were sitting in had more money than Deutsche Bank currently has. The roadshow preparation it's like a coaching, because if you haven't done that, you're not used to it. The financial people, a CFO knows that normally, but also my CFO coming with me was prepared for it. You're talking to potential investors. You try to convince people to go for something where there's no security, and you're telling your story. And we started in Tallinn, so this was relatively easy. It's a local market. We went to London, and how does that roadshow go? There's a car for you waiting at 8 o'clock. They take you to one of the funds. There's an address. You step out. You go up. 50 minutes talking, a few questions, you leave again. 9 o'clock the next one, 10:15 the next one. That is the whole day. You see hundreds of people. You go from fund to fund to fund. And there's questions about it. There was questions about how do we believe we do this and do this and do this. And you keep answering more or less the same questions, some new questions, but you learn a lot. That picture was taken then on the following days, because from London we went to Frankfurt. So you always arrive around midnight, and in the morning at 8 o'clock you start in the next city. Then we went to Zurich, that's in Zurich. Then we went to Geneva by train, to Vilnius, to Riga, and we ended up in Helsinki after 6 days doing roadshow. From morning to evening, talking to hundreds of people. An interesting one in the beginning in London, I said to the person from JP Morgan, so this fund we're going to enter now, how much money do they have? And she said, that's a smaller one, they have 150 billion. So when you want to have 200 million and you go to somebody who has 150 billion, you think that should be easy, because you go there and say, just give me a little. It wasn't easy, because these people who have 150 billion, they look even more detailed into your prospectus and listen to what you say. Also had one fund, I'm still impressed. I said, so this one, how much is it? And you're getting used to big numbers, especially in London. And it was 1.4 trillion. Yeah? I didn't even know that that exists. And for them, we were too small. They cannot do things like 200 million. They can only do bigger things. So very interesting to find out that you can be too small. Also interesting is you go there, and you are very convinced about yourself, and I'm very proud of myself anyway. So you go there, and you're telling them your story, which you've developed, and you know that it's all real. But they are bankers, yeah, so they're financial people, and they only see the negative side of it. So you get asked questions, you say the answer, but you don't get feedback. They don't tell you, good, I'm going to invest. Nothing like this. So you go for 6 days, hundreds of talks, and each time you walk out and you don't know. A very interesting experience. It was very exhausting. A very tight schedule if you do this. You give a lot of information. You get a lot of information. I learned a lot in this roadshow. And you're repeating your story. I tell you one thing, I can still do it. You can wake me up in the middle of the night, I can do that whole thing, and I will be able to do it for the rest of my life. Last day in Helsinki, and it's very different. If you go to Geneva and you go to Helsinki, the people you're talking to are very different. So it's also a very interesting experience talking to the Germans. They knew me very well from my past. It was much easier. But in Helsinki, we had the last day. And I had, after these 6 days, in the evening, I flew back from Helsinki to open that evening a summer event for our employees. And everybody was waiting for me to go on stage and talk. Everybody said, and how was it? And I said, it was very positive for me, and I'm very excited and all that experience, but I do not know whether we succeeded. I cannot tell you, but next week I can tell you. And next week started Monday morning in our headquarters, and it was agreed to have a call. And there was this positive feeling in me and the others, because we'd done that great show. And so the call started, and after a couple of minutes, the bank said, we do not even expect to get half of what we wanted to have, and that means you're not going. From that high I had after being half of Europe, I came down emotionally very, very low. You cannot imagine, if you're so high up, how low you can come on a telephone call. We cannot even reach half of it. And we ended the call to agree a call in the evening again, because the bank would go back to investors and find out would they like to invest. And then, it's not in my blood to give up, but that's the moment when you want to give up. So we sat together at the board and we said, what are we doing now? We prepared for 3/4 of a year, and now they're telling us this is not working. So what are our alternatives? On the same day, we worked on the other alternatives to execute our business plan. And that is something very important. And in Air Baltic, we keep doing this. We do not give up. The call in the evening was not much better. and we were talking about, okay, we're not going to issue that bond, but we will have another call the next morning. They would try again, as it is global markets and Asia calling people. The next morning, the call, I had all my management assembled. With us, that was more or less it, that we give up that issuing a bond. All the management sitting in my room, we start that call, and the voice says, we have a very positive closure of the Asian markets. The US was also positive. The oil price is stable. The dollar is good. We see a very good day to start the process. We would say now, let's open the books. That's what it's called when you issue a bond. So we opened the books, the bonds. This is the picture of the first time that Air Baltics bond, 200 million euro, unsecured, 5 years, 6.75%, appeared on the screens of the funds of the banks so that they can sign into the book. I was very, very nervous, so was all the management. JP Morgan put the software on our machine, so we had access to that book. It's like an Excel sheet where you see the lines filling. So the book is opened. The whole world can now say, I want to buy this bond, and they type this in. As we knew that we would maybe reach 100 million, it was going up. The first one I remember, I saw the first line. It was a double-digit amount from a fund, international fund, and then more came, 50, 60, 70, 102 million. And I remember this because one of my key managers was running down the corridor, yeah, 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 shouting like this as he saw it in his office. There was a big emotion in the company. And I was standing there, and that software, and you had to press refresh to see whether something had happened. I was not moving from my desk for the whole morning, hitting refresh, and I had one manager saying, just stop hitting refresh, and I did this refresh because it kept coming. 160 million, 180 million, 200 million. I called the bank, I said, do we have a deal? No, because the book is still open, people can go out, but it looks good. So the emotions getting better and better. 260, and we were heavy oversubscribed, 260 million, I got a call from the bank, and the bank said, you have a deal at 200 million. And that moment, that's the moment, somebody took a picture, you see a super happy CEO in the office, all the stress from 3 quarters gone. At 17:35 that day, Air Baltic did a historic milestone for our airline, but also for Latvia. The sentence was, congratulations, Air Baltic, that was at the end of the call. Congratulations, Air Baltic, you have issued a 200 million euro bond at 6.75%, 5 years unsecured. And more than 100 investors from 25 countries bought that bond. They have clearly shown that they liked our strategy, they liked our numbers, that we are mature and we are strong. So our financing was assured. The same evening, we prepared for the media. The next morning, on the Latvian national TV, we announced it. You can imagine how easy that one is. You're going there and you say you just did a historic bond. I was sitting there like King Louis. I had no problem, no problem. They could have asked me anything about baggage and delays and cancellation. I was just good. But they didn't. They let me talk about the bond. And it started then with interviews. This is a little bit of what we got at the global coverage. So Air Baltic had global coverage on this issue. It's also the biggest bond issued in the CEE region. We have come from a small airline, from a small country, with a big plan. We went out there to get 200 million euros, and we made it. We have a very strong cash position today to execute our strategy. We moved a big step on our ambitious target, but now it's the destination 2025. We are already looking beyond that. We want to take that success story at the right time to the stock exchange. So Air Baltic wants to go at the right time in the future to take the company public. We want to do an IPO and with that secure a story beyond the year 2025. Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, we are Air Baltic. Thank you.
I've seen many presentations in my life, and this is one of the most emotional business person's presentation I've ever seen, so thank you for that.
I'm still emotional, so that
I can feel that. That's very contagious in a good way. All right, that last picture you had with the three planes, and there's two sides of this, because whenever I see that plane, you know, colored with the Lithuanian or Estonian flag, I feel, as Latvian, okay, we've conquered those countries, because you killed airlines there, right?
No. That's a difficult territory. No, we are supporting the infrastructure of the neighboring countries in a way that others say they stop. That's very different to killing. So we are going there to offer a better air connectivity. In Estonia we did that, and we're also doing it in Lithuania. But I heard now that we are going with our Airbus next Monday to Lithuania with the Lithuanian painted color. And I heard from Lithuanians already, officials saying, it feels like we have a national carrier again. And that is what Air Baltic wants to achieve. We are Air Baltic for the Baltics. We are from Latvia, very proud. But we're going to make sure that all three countries are connected to the world, and that's what we're doing. That's our plan.
So you're going to open more destinations from Vilnius and Tallinn?
Yes, the expansion already in Tallinn, we have now 13 routes. Already, we are the #1 carrier there. Still, there's a national carrier which will stop flying soon. We will be growing even further next year, the same in Lithuania. So Air Baltic is expanding. We need to put these 80 planes somewhere. So the neighboring country is going to get a fair share of it.
Did you take that one from your table?
Yes, and it goes back there.
It's like a spare one.
Yeah. No, it's not a spare one. This one goes back.
Be careful, be careful,
yes.
not to lose it. Any questions from the audience? Yes. Yeah, that was the right direction. Is it switched on? Apparently not.
Just.
Well, we have a backup plan. I've seen these things happening. Yes.
Hi. Do you actually remember that pitch right now? You said you do. And how long is it? Can you give it to us?
Which? I didn't
the investment pitch.
Yeah, yes, of course. And you mean how long it is?
Yes. If it's not too long, could you give it to us right now?
Probably.
Do you have 50 minutes?
No, we have.
Okay.
But we can do the short version of 30 seconds.
No, you got the short version, yeah? We have 80 planes, 20 of them are here. We're going to go for 1 billion revenue. We're going to have 10 million passengers. And we're going to connect the Baltics to the world, which the world hasn't seen before. And it's all done by Air Baltic, and it's done with a simplified fleet, with the best people in-house, the best management, the friendliest cabin crew, the #1 punctual airline. 50 minutes! Yeah?
Right. Nice. Actually, it was about 20 seconds. We have a question there.
Thank you, very encouraging. So Air Baltic, extremely important for all the economies of the Baltic countries. So we can assume that your IPO will also be listed in the Baltic exchanges to support our local capital markets?
With the bond, we listed it at the Euronext in Dublin because of the size of the bond, and the recommendation was to do it there because of the liquidity of the local stock exchange. It is our wish that we have a co-listing of the bond here in the future. We want to do this at the right time. On the IPO, that is still some time away because your story needs to be really there, and we need to now work on the global distribution of our brand and story. We want to make it global better. The listing at the time hopefully will also happen here. That would be the biggest wish. As we always going for historical milestones, that's something we want to do to strengthen the local stock exchange, but very likely it would be listed in London and here, so that is how it looks. But we're not there yet, so we are preparing this and we are still a while away.
The last question here.
Yeah, a very quick question. I'm interested to know which countries did these investors come from that bought the unsecured notes? I mean,
of course, the bond is traded today, so it has changed, but the initial investors were from 25 countries, 100 investors from 25 countries all over the world, but strong focus on Europe because we didn't go to the US for that, so we excluded the US market. The strongest country at the time of issuance was Switzerland, followed by the Baltic states, and then Germany and the typical ones, but 25 countries.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
And best of luck.
Thank
you. Woo. You left quite big shoes, I guess, for the next speakers, but it's going to be just fine. We can be really proud here in Latvia about major things happening in our transport infrastructure, as we see this, and we shall continue in similar pace, I guess. Rail Baltic is a huge project, and as Martin already mentioned in the opening hopefully in 2026-ish, we can travel in a more convenient way, and probably steal some customers from Air Baltic. I don't know. I mean, that's a bit tricky here on this stage. Anyways, our next speaker is Mr. Ignas Degutis. He's from Rail Baltica. He's a CFO there, working from June 2017, so quite a while for now. Worked in the energy sector and ensured the implementation of LNG terminal in Lithuania, so experienced in huge projects. So the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Martin, first of all, for a very inspiring speech. It's very hard for me now to talk. Thank you. And thank you also for European Commission for organizing such a fantastic event. So welcome to Rail Baltica. Today I will speak about Rail Baltica history, its presence, about its financing, and about its future. So I'll take you with the journey in time from the past to the future. While talking about high-speed railway, I believe that some of you, or many of you, have in your life experienced the trip on high-speed railway. I just recently had a journey from Paris to Strasbourg on a 300 kilometers per hour high-speed train. But you cannot do that in the Baltic states. Just this infrastructure is not existing. So we don't have this industry and the way we can travel. In fact, there was a high-speed railway in the Baltic states, Rail Baltica line, in the past. It was before Second World War. It was called a bit differently. It was called Nord Express. And the high-speed railway line was passing from Paris to Berlin and connecting Soviet Empire main cities. So that the train was going from Paris, Berlin, and then connecting in the Baltic states to Kaunas, and then going to Riga. And when the train was stopping in the Baltic states, they were connecting the restaurant, and there was also a very nice sleeping trains there. So the trip from Riga to Berlin was taking 21 hours on a high-speed train. Here in the picture you can see the train station in France, how it looked like that. And at the back you can see also timetable, how in the Baltic states you could travel. Before Second World War, the path was stopped, but at that point in time people had a true intention to travel in Europe, and they wanted this mobility. Even the other part was Sud Express, so if you could travel at that point in time from Portugal to Riga. Let's come back to the Rail Baltica. The idea for Rail Baltica goes back 25 years. So in 1994, European Commission involved Rail Baltica as an idea in European Commission vision for 2010 for the Baltic Sea. And in the policy of the how it's called, its vision and strategy for this region. So it was first time that Rail Baltica was mentioned officially in Commission papers. In 2003, European Commission proposed to European Council to include Rail Baltica as a priority project for Europe. At that point in time, 3 Baltic states were not yet part of European Union. So Commission already trusted in our countries. In 2004, the Rail Baltica was included in TNT maps as a priority project for Europe. So then we started working in the Baltic states, and in 2007, COVI, Danish company, delivered first studies. IACOM, a UK company, did feasibility study based on which we got first money from Connecting Europe facility in 2015, which DG Move kindly approved. Then in 2017, Ernst & Young made first cost-benefit analysis, or the biggest cost-benefit analysis, and it showed positive outlook. The project was fixed. Intergovernmental agreement was signed by 3 prime ministers in the Baltic states, and it was ratified in 3 parliaments in each of the Baltic states, with a huge support from Finland, Poland, and European Commission. In 2018, implementing decision was approved by European Commission, 3 Baltic states, and all EU member states, stating their vision how Rail Baltica project should be implemented by 2026. It showed a huge support from European Commission and European Union for the project implementation. And now we start implementing it. In 2019, we signed first detailed technical design contracts. It will last for 2 years, and then we'll start constructions. This year, Baltic people celebrated 30 years anniversary of the Baltic Way. 2 million people were standing on 600 kilometers human life chain in order to gain for its freedom. With Rail Baltica, by 2026, we are eager to repeat the Baltic Way by linking nations, people, and places. So what is Rail Baltica? Rail Baltica in the Baltic states is a part of the North Sea Baltic corridor, but not only that, it's much bigger. It interconnects with the rest of the Europe within all the areas of any country within the Europe, and its interconnection between European gauges in Europe and Eurasian network. By having these climate changes, the Arctic corridor and ice melting, we may have an experience also that we could have new cargoes coming from China or Japan throughout the Arctic Ocean. And there would be an Arctic corridor, which in upcoming MFF, European Commission already foresees already initial phases for it. So Rail Baltica would even play an even more important role in the world trading atmosphere. European Commission aims to implement 9 train transport corridors. Rail Baltica is a part of North Sea Baltic corridor, as you've seen before, and this is on the map, it's red one. So we are connecting the Belgium, the Netherlands, Germany, Poland, main cities with the Baltic states. So traveling from the Baltics, from Riga to Warsaw or to Berlin, to any of the city, you can interconnect with other trains and can reach any place in Europe, for example, in Portugal or Italy. I'm glad to say that Rail Baltica mega project is a game changer for the whole region. We'll have new connections on a high speed between Tallinn, Pärnu, Riga Central Station, Riga Airport, Panevėžys, Kaunas, Vilnius, and further on to Warsaw Central Connection Hub. The train will have high speed, 249 kilometers per hour speed. We'll have also night trains going twice during the night from Tallinn to Berlin, or from, and also stopping in Riga, or from Vilnius to Berlin or Vienna. We are going to have freight trains passing around 2-3 times per 1 hour, each hour. And the high-speed trains will start from each of the capitals every 2 hours. We'll have 7 international passenger stations in the Baltic states and a number of regional stations. I think I counted more than 40. We'll have 3 intermodal terminals in Muuga in Tallinn, Salaspils in Latvia, and Palamonas in Kaunas, where the cargo can shift from Eurasian network to the Europe or vice versa, and there will be also interconnection between north and south and north. So it will create a completely new economic corridor for our businesses. Rail Baltica is shaping completely newly the idea how we travel in the Baltic states. It actually joins or rejoins the Baltic states again. Currently, if you would like to travel between the capitals, it takes around 4 hours to take a car or a bus from Vilnius to Riga, or from Riga to Tallinn. It will take less than half of that. It will take around 1 hour, 50 minutes to travel from Vilnius to Riga, and 1 hour, 46 minutes to travel from Riga to Tallinn. So this connectivity will be completely new, and you will be able to travel or work or have some leisure in 1 day in any of the country. To travel from Vilnius to Tallinn, it will take 3 hours, 38 minutes. So it's completely new challenges. Of course, we see a huge benefit and synergy with airlines. We're already completing the study of interconnection and synergy between airlines, how we could improve more passengers between each other in the future. Out of our cost-benefit analysis, we see that by 2030, on Rail Baltica train, we are going to have around 5 million passengers per year. and around 16 million tons of cargo per year. Our cost-benefit analysis shows social economic benefit of 18 billion euros, which is mainly coming from the construction part. It's around 36,000 new jobs will be created directly and indirectly within Baltic states. We'll have a shortage of human resources, I think. Around 400 lives will be saved through 30 years of operations on the route, because we still have accidents, we still have death on the road on Via Baltica. And every person and every life counts. We're going to have around 18% reduction of air pollution and CO2 emissions, and around 5% of reduction of noise pollution. So when European Commission, new commissioners, vice presidents, vice commissioners are speaking about the aim for climate change, or to reduce this climate change's negative influences, here is the main project that could help Europe to reach these goals. As Director General also talked about military mobility, I don't see him. Military mobility, Baltic is a part of military mobility. So in the Baltic states, we very well know the history of it. And Baltica is keen to be a part to safeguard the peace in the region. What is Baltica investment cost? It is 5.8 billion euro. We expect 4.6 billion euro to come from European Commission in grants by Connecting Europe Facility tool, and 1.2 billion euros should come from national budgets in 3 Baltic states. Currently, in this multi-annual financial framework, we have 85% co-financing rate. An intergovernmental agreement also states that we should aim for such a kind of financing method. In upcoming multi-annual financial framework, already European Commission, European Parliament, and the Council pre-agreed and was approved in European Parliament that for Rail Baltica projects and such kind of projects, there would be again in 85% co-financing rate in next MFF. And even more, with joint ventures or joint companies, as we have in Rail Baltica project, we could even aim for additional 5% co-financing rate, so it should be 90%. We still have to fight for MFF. We still have to be ready for new challenges in financing. Out of 5.8 billion euro, we currently have signed 3 grant agreements, which altogether adds up to 800 million euros. So we're still short of 5 billion for financing. Maybe I'll use some time your experience, but for now, I need the project to finance in grants. Cost-benefit analysis showed that only the grants is the main instrument which could finance such kind of project. In an upcoming MFF, European Commission proposed 11.3 billion euro in Connecting Europe Facility instrument and for Cohesion Fund part. In total, Connecting Europe Facility is foreseen 30 billion euro, and European Parliament even suggested to increase it by 7 billion euro. So what does it mean? That European Parliament and all EU member states believe in this instrument, Connecting Europe Facility, and its added value for Europe. The CEF program is managed by, for transport, is managed by DG Move, and INEA, Innovation and Network Executive Agency, which we are really glad to cooperate with. And I would like to thank European Commission for a true belief in the project and a huge help to implement it. CEF program orientates in growth, jobs, and competitiveness. As was mentioned also in economics presentation, that you saw that transport was in second place in terms of investments and exports, and moved down by 10 positions. So we want this transport to regain back its competitiveness in Europe and make Europe competitive in the world market. INEA foresees investments in CEF for cross-border sections, missing links, investments into transport modes, synergies, also shift from road to rail in order to save CO2 emissions, and the rest. And Rail Baltica ticks all these criteria for European added value. If to look on added value, here is the map that Rail Baltica project has signed already contracts with these companies and these countries. So it's truly added value project for Europe and Europe for us. For example, Atkins made infrastructure management study. Baltics is doing constructions in Riga Central Station. Sistra made design guidelines, how they will shape the Rail Baltica technical parameters. SNCF is helping on various operational matters. Spanish companies are doing design. Polish company helped us to define detailed technical design, main procurement documentation. Italian companies are doing designs, how the stations will look like, so it will be very nice. So you see, the whole Europe is helping Baltic states to implement the project, and they're giving us know-how for the future for us. I will not go into deep in technical parameters, here are they. I'm just like to stress out that some of technical parameters are higher than it foreseen in the European Commission main documents. Why? Because we're building this Rail Baltica project, the Rail Baltica line, high-speed line, for 100 years for the future. After 8-10 years, we will launch this project, this train, and it has to be compliant with the future technical parameters and future needs for customers in business and for passengers. What is the state of play currently? In Estonia, I know the time. In Estonia, we have already signed 2 detailed technical designs. It's ongoing by a Spanish company. And the last from Pärnu south to Latvia border, we're still in procurement, and we'll finish this procurement this year. The land acquisition is ongoing quite well. So in 2 years, we plan to start constructions of the main line. We already starting design and build development of the main stations in Ülemiste and Pärnu. And you can see what is the scope of work that we are going to do in Estonia. In Latvia, we have signed 2 design contracts, one in Riga Loop with IDOM and Ineco, 2 Spanish companies. On the Green Line, we have signed a design contract with a French company, Aegis, a German company, Deutsche Bahn, and Olim's Latvian company. The rest of the lines are under procurement for design, and we are going to start constructions in 2021 as well. In Riga Central Station, the contract was signed between EDZEL, a national implementing body, and Belgium Baltics company. So design and build has already started. In Riga Airport, there will be a nice building with estacades. The design is already in huge progress, and we start the procurement for constructions already this year. In Lithuania, we have signed both design contracts from Kaunas to Latvia border. The land acquisition is finished, and we're going to construct the longest bridge in the Baltic states. It will be 1.9 kilometers over Neris River. We have already made 1,000 site investigations during the summer, so design is ongoing quite well. The government has also approved to start territorial planning between Kaunas Vilnius and Kaunas Poland to have double-track electrified RTMS equipped safety standards to start territorial planning, then later on design and land acquisition. In Kaunas now there will be also double track in the future, so we don't have the bottleneck. This is how it will look in Riga, so Riga Central Station. And we're happy to see the huge progress of design and build construction, and the current contract, it's including together with the bridge. This is how will look Riga Airport Station, with the connectivity with the central station. So it will be a shuttle train between Riga Central Station and Riga Airport every 20 minutes, and the journey will take you 8 minutes between each other. This is how regional stations designed by Italians could look like, and we plan a number of them, so we'll shape another way how we travel and how we see it. So this is it. We fully trust that we can deliver Rail Baltica project with full motivation, full confidence. It's the largest infrastructure project in the Baltic states that will be operational for more than 100 years. Here is our future, and I'm happy to invite you, standing in front of you here, to be a part of Rail Baltica, and together with us, take the first train trip in the Baltic states in the nearest future. Thank you.
So you invited them to be a part, so it means you lack workers, right? Because, I mean, come on, if you want to build a house nowadays, like a private house, it's really difficult to get a crew to do that, you know, in high quality. 6 billion euros, so where would you get the workers from? Is there any plan about this one?
From one angle, I trust that every of you can be a part of it from your own angle. You are all stakeholders of Rebaltica wherever you are. In airlines business, in European Commission, or anywhere else, you have your way how you support the project, because we have a number of thousands of stakeholders from different angles, NGOs, municipalities, ministries, and etc., that we need all your and their support. And from the workers' perspective, there will be European project. It will be European project. So we're going to sign transparently. We're going to procure transparently the contracts. I trust that number of Baltic states companies will be able to construct, design Rebaltica line together with other large high-speed railway construction contractors in Europe.
You're in charge of finance, you know, coming back again to the private house. I mean, if anybody of my friends building a private house, I say it usually takes twice as long as you plan, and usually costs twice as much as you plan. So is that the case here? I mean, well, of course you say no, but how is it going so far, you know, in terms of the finances? You definitely have the Excel sheet, right?
I do in my head. So the project will cost 5.8 billion euro. We have calculated this cost in 2017. We know every meter of the line. We did consolidation of designs to decrease the cost. We're now doing the design also to show possibilities how to decrease the cost. But we're calculating not from investment perspective. We're calculating this cost from life cycle cost over 100 years perspective. So we look forward that countries would not have to contribute the subsidies when the train is operational. So it's a very complicated model how we're looking forward for the benefits for the states.
So it's more than an Excel sheet probably. Yeah. So questions? Yes, can we have a microphone here? We have a bit of a time issue here, but I think at least one question.
Thank you. Jeroen van Oel, Director General.
Can you just introduce who you are?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Jeroen van Oel, Regional Policy Director General of the European Commission. I would like to ask about the operational protocols for the train. I mean, you're constructing a line through three states, but I mean, our experience with TEN-T so far is that yes, you can make the physical connection, but often most of the delay is at the border. Different train protocols of how to operate trains in the different countries. I see that you plan to install ERTMS level 2.
Yes. Baseline 3.
Yes. Sorry?
Baseline 3.
Baseline 3, yes. So how have you deliberated with the national railway authorities to make sure that you have a smooth operation?
Currently, I cannot answer this question in full. The infrastructure manager is not set yet. 3 countries' governments are discussing what is the optimal model of infrastructure management in the Baltic states. Of course, the aim is to agree by the end of the year on the model and principles. So the shareholders, stakeholders are still in negotiations between each other. And of course, it has to be common operational rules. Because without that, Rebaltica would not work as it is now in the Baltic states. The train has to stop, change its crew, it has to change the language, etc. So we see Rebaltica as a common line for the Baltic states with one set of rules.
All right, I think we end now here. Thank you for sharing the great and ambitious project. So, thank you. It is one more speech before the lunch. I know that the lunch has been planned to happen now, but you know, these things happen in conferences, but I hope the content is worth to listen to. Our next speaker, he comes from DG for Financial Stability, Financial Services, Capital Markets in European Commission. He has been involved in design and implementation of the Capital Markets Union for Europe. And he also calls himself a bit Baltic, since his wife is Lithuanian. And while not working, you can meet them in ballroom dancing activities. Is that correct? You look surprised. Hi.
I see you've done a lot of good research.
Yes.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Thanks a lot to the Commission representation for the invitation. It is correct. My wife is from Lithuania, so I come very often to Vilnius. Not only Vilnius, actually, to the countryside, to the lakes. And my passion in life, when I don't work for the European Commission, my passion in life is dancing, dance sports, competition. So that is two things, actually, which are also quite big here in the Baltics. I actually only have one slide, and I should apologize because my main challenge coming here was when I was told by Martins that it needs to be a TED-style talk. And you can imagine that the Commission is not really good in TED-style talking. So this is my main challenge. It's my first one, so please bear with me. And I see that the Director General for DG Regio was spared as a keynote speech, so that's quite lucky for him. I went around asking colleagues when I knew that there was a TED talk in my unit, in my Director General, what is a TED talk? Because I didn't really know it. And nobody actually knew exactly what it is. So I Googled it. And I found out that I need to look at very specific examples and then exaggerate them, you know, so that it doesn't become true anymore. So that's basically what the Commission, you might think, does all the time, but we consider that we don't do. We take the opposite approach, where we try to assess a problem for like 2-3 years, and then come up with a balanced and objective and effective solution. So this is the way we think about our own work. So I will try to do the opposite now, and I plead on my colleagues from the Commission, because I see several of them around here, that you don't report this to my boss, because I might get into trouble. Okay, so my topic is Capital Markets Union. It fits into the program because it's about money and reforms, so thanks a lot for this invitation. What I want to do is just to show you, and the Director General for DG Regio was just saying it, the mission letter for Executive Vice President Dombrovskis, who is responsible for this policy area, has as its motto, making the economy work for people. I think this is the way it was stressed. So I'd like to try to give at least some examples of how we see this happening in the area of capital markets. So I produced 4 examples. The first one is actually from Estonia, so I wanted to take the opportunity of being here in the Baltics, Estonia, from Tallinn, and from Sweden, actually. So it is about video conferencing, calling other people on the other side of the world and seeing them at the same time. I actually use that all the time because so my wife and I have a little boy. He's 2.5 years old now, and my parents-in-law, they live in Vilnius, so they don't see this little boy a lot, but they see him on a daily basis through this video conference call. So it is really something that we use every day. It is extremely important for us. Another example is coming from Sweden in the music streaming industry. And this is a music venue, so it is showing that people like music in general. You like to listen, to relax to music. And it is an important aspect of everybody's life. Another example I could mention, coming from Germany, going on a holiday. I think everybody likes going on a trip, to try to book hotels, book trips, planes, trains. And this is also an important aspect where you want to get a good overview of where you can go to reasonable prices. And the fourth example I wanted to mention is coming from France, from Paris. There's a small company that started a couple of 10 years ago. Beyond, I mean, when you hear about climate change and about environmental objectives, you hear about the Paris Protocol, the Paris Climate Agreement. This is clearly very important. And as a European Commission, this is what we're trying to implement. The people that make this work every day are people that actually look into investments of companies. How green is an investment? So they need to really look if an issuer that issues a bond or an equity, well, in this case a bond actually, is really as environmental as this company is claiming to. So they are what we call rating agencies for environmental and social governance issues. So they look into how the business meets or contributes towards mitigating climate risk. So these are 4 examples I wanted to mention. And why do I mention them? Because, first of all, they're part of our everyday life, and they are actually also part of our Capital Markets Union. Now, I didn't want to put logos here because we're not allowed to do this in the Commission, I think. So, but perhaps by now you might have guessed. So this video conferencing tool from Estonia, Sweden, is basically Skype. Okay, the Swedish music web streaming, this is Spotify. In Germany, this booking website is Trivago. And there's actually a very similar site which was originated in Amsterdam, in Holland, booking.com. And this French rating agency, I have to look up the name, sorry, is Vigeo Eiris. Okay, so this is the environmental credit rating agency in France. Now, I mention them because what is important to understand is that these were brilliant ideas, and they were originating in those countries. The financing came from the US in most cases. Okay, so this is something that is really keeping us very busy in my DG to understand why all these ideas, which are extremely useful, which is making the economy work for everyday people, but why is the financing not obtained from Europe? But you have to go basically to the New York Stock Exchange, you have to go to NASDAQ in order to list these stocks. Now, I was very encouraged to hear from the testimonial of Air Baltic, and actually I'm a happy customer from Air Baltic because I came from Brussels, so thanks a lot for that. But I'm very happy to hear that you managed to find investors through Dublin, so through the European Union. I cannot help but noting, though, when your presentation that you went through JP Morgan, which is a US-based investment bank. And that's not a criticism, it's just a fact. It is basically, if you want to have the best ones, and you wanted to work with the best ones, you basically look at US investment banks that either go through Switzerland, as was the case, or through Dublin. Today they also go through London, of course. How this will happen after Brexit, we don't know yet. But my point is basically the fact that Europe generates ideas. We have excellent researchers. We have an excellent education system. We bring products to the market. We can even do that. But when it comes to scaling up, when it comes to making an IPO, all of a sudden, all the ideas and all the intelligence, all the know-how disappears. And ultimately, the profits, the rewards of all this, does go to American investors if you look at it from a kind of more macro perspective. Okay, so this is, I mean, in a world of globalized economy, it's not per se an issue which needs to be addressed in a way where we close all the walls here, but it is something which does show that there is an upward potential for investors in Europe to also collect rewards from ideas that were actually generated here. Okay, so this is my first point. My second point is I'm working for the European Commission. What can the European Commission do about this? What are the levers in order to try to rebalance this, to try to make more funding available to those that are innovating, that those are creating new ideas? We basically have two levers, which are on this slide here, money and reforms. So money being the budget. We heard about it a lot earlier in the keynote speech. The other thing is reforms, and this is an area where I'm working on quite a lot. So we're trying to reform capital markets Europe-wide so that it's easier for investors that have brilliant ideas, startups, entrepreneurs to access funding and do not have to necessarily cross the Atlantic in order to get that. You might have seen that our incoming president, Mrs. Ursula von der Leyen, she is already committed to setting up this, what she calls a SME IPO fund, which is basically a guarantee, a first loss guarantee, so that the European Union budget takes a first loss guarantee and attracts in this way private investors in order to put more liquidity at the disposal of the issuers. Now, that is something which we haven't done very well in the past, and I hope in the next 5 years we will be able to do better, which is those two elements, basically combining the elements of the EU budget, so the public finance elements, so the guarantees, basically in this case, with making sure that the regulation, so the regulation that regulates the banks, the insurance companies, the pension funds, etc., is up to speed. So this kind of balance needs to be struck better. So we do not want, on the one hand, to give money, and on the other hand, over-regulate so that this money goes towards meeting regulatory compliance goals. Okay, so this is something that we need to work on, and we think we can make a big contribution towards making the European capital markets a more attractive place to invest and to issue. We have made a bit of progress over the last 5 years. So for those who follow this policy a bit more closely, you might recall that in 2015, we have what we in the Commission we called an action plan. So an action plan in order to make capital markets work better in Europe. So we have made some proposals in this context. There's about 16 pieces of legislation that we proposed. Most of them are adopted, not all of them, most of them are adopted. But we have, for example, streamlined the prospectuses. We heard that Air Baltic had about 160 pages of prospectuses. This is extremely rigorous. And it's important because where else can you find information about the issuer? So by streamlining the information, the transparency in those prospectuses, we hope to have contributed towards making the capital markets more transparent. There's also the issue of that we've addressed over the past 5 years of pension funds. This is an important point because you can observe that basically, and there's we saw the demographic challenges, and you can see that in the countries, in most of the member states, there's a big inequality between the time that you work and then the time of your pension. And I think I know from Lithuania, for example, that the average pension there is maybe 200 or 300 euro for the generation that grew up under that was working most of its time when the Soviet Union was still up and running. So those 200 or 300 euros per month, this is basically a pension, which is extremely low. And one of the objectives that we try to achieve here as well is to build up more private capital in order to finance pensions more effectively through capital markets. And why are we trying to do this? Because we have examples in the European Union, but also internationally. So in the European Union, in Denmark, for example, in Ireland, in Holland, these are countries with extremely big pension funds. And if you look at the data, you can see that these are also the countries which have big capital markets. So what we try to do is to also address the problem of demographic aging, but at the same time make it benefit for capital markets. This was my second point. So the levers that we can use at the European Commission, we have done quite a lot, but we still need to do more. And here again, I would pick up on what was said earlier this morning as well on the need for member states, so for the 27 countries that constitute the European Union to actually show also more ambition we heard it this morning with regards to some cohesion funds. The same applies to Capital Markets Union. We need to be more ambitious on some of the elements which are extremely sensitive and 100% in the competence of the member states. There I'm talking about things like taxation, I'm talking about things like insolvency laws, and about the supervision of the financial system. These are topics that we've tried to address. They're extremely tricky, but they are crucial if we want capital markets to develop more. What is holding up people to buy equity? It's because it's risky. And so instead of a bank deposit with an equity, you can invest 100 euros, and then you could actually lose the 100 euros. So what is actually the outcome of insolvency proceeding in your own country is important, but what is even more important is what is happening if you invest in equity of another country, where you don't really know what priority you have as an individual shareholder to claims if the company that you invested in goes into liquidation. So this is extremely important, but also extremely sensitive at the national level. So we did not make a lot of progress here, and we do hope to make more progress over the next 5 years. So I think everybody's hungry by now, so that's, at least I am. Yes, sorry, to come back to my pet hobby, which is dance sport. It is extremely big. Actually, the world champions are from Lithuania. Salas Pils, which will be connected, hosted the European Championship. But the Lithuanians won, I'm sorry. The problem here is that you develop from the age of 3, 4, when you're small, until 18 maybe. Brilliant athletes in this area. And what happens after that? They go to the US in order to compete. Because if you win a competition in the US, your upward potential, $50,000, $100,000. If you win a competition here in Europe, what do you get? A slap on your back and saying, well done. So I think, I'm not a professional dancer, I'm not evolving in this space, but if you're a professional dancer, the incentive is there. The same can be said about capital markets. You have a brilliant idea, you have excellent product. Where do you go in order to grow, in order to flourish? You go to the US in order to get funding. So, and this is my last words before we go for lunch. Capital Markets Union is about everyday life activity. It's about bringing ideas to the market and also actually receiving the rewards for those ideas rather than having others in other countries benefit from your own ideas. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Before you leave, any quick question here? Yeah, sure. Just a little.
Hi, Yanis Denis, Deloitte. Thank you very much for the presentation. I think the Capital Market Union is a very, very important element of European financial landscape, and I agree that our US colleagues are a little bit ahead. It's around 80% of capital markets there, 20% banks, while Europe is the other way around. So I'm just thinking, when I'm thinking of capital markets, I'm thinking of 3 things: supply, demand, and infrastructure. Maybe you can summarize a little bit of what is it that we can do and the European Union can do to improve this environment here. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I have maybe 30 seconds, so we'll reply 15 seconds to demand and 15 seconds to infrastructure, because I think on the supply of, on the demand there's no problem. There are companies that need money. I mean, this is always the case. The supply, I think basically the difference is the risk-taking attitude of in Europe, which is considerably more prudent, more conservative than in the US. So if you risk losing all your money, then basically that's stopping you from investing. Whereas perhaps in the US, investors would more see the upward potential rather than the loss. And on the infrastructure, one thing, and I forgot to mention that, it's good you raise it, it's the fact that we are 27 countries, there are 27 local needs, but you cannot build up liquidity, which is what capital markets need. You cannot build up stock market liquidity in 27 different pools. So there needs to be some type of element that brings it together. I'm not saying everybody should go to Dublin, to Frankfurt, to Paris, but there might be some element, for example, of new technologies that could decentralize the liquidity in a certain way. And actually, we have a study on this, which we're trying to understand better.
All right, thank you. I believe we have to run into lunch now, but
okay.
Anyways, thanks for sharing, and let's hope that we can, switch this a bit so that we don't get funding crossing the Atlantic, but here in Europe.
All right.
All right, good.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. All right, before we go to the lunch, 3 things, and the first one being we have to see the chef, don't we? Can we have a chef here on the stage? Raimons Zomers. He looks like a chef. He has been recently awarded as Latvian Master Chef 2019. That's great. Hello.
Nice to be here.
There are quite many people. Would be there sufficiently enough food? I mean, it's,
Now we have. Hello, everybody. A little bit nervous, and I know the flowers is for me. Yeah? It's really nice. So I'm really glad to be here, and I don't know what I say. So the upstairs is dessert, and this corner is the normal food. So that's it.
Okay, good.
But also from my part to Raimons is that he is contributing to the agenda of growth and jobs, because he works very much also with youngsters who want to also become the top chefs in Latvia, probably in the world. So we really appreciate his engagement. So he works with European projects and he educates those youngsters who want to become like he. And the flowers. Thank you for that.
Okay, 2 more things. Thank you. We'll have this or this afterwards. We'll see that. 2 more things. As I mentioned before, the lunch is here in the ground floor. On the upper floor, you have dessert, coffee, and the contact points, the expo. So please visit those. Talk about opportunities. And thing number 3, what was it? Yeah, after the lunch, for those who don't understand Latvian, please take translation devices, since the debate would be held in Latvian. Bon appetit. devices if you haven't done it yet, because our next session of the debate would be held in Latvian. Good to see you all back here. How is it now upstairs? Because it felt like sauna when I was there. It's not too hot? Some people just like heat. You know, it's getting colder outside, so they're accumulating warmth. Why not? So, what about the lunch? What was it? Yeah? Besides the queue, I mean, the lunch itself, it was pretty good. Yeah. Local, seasonal, you know, almost local. Thinking, yeah, herring was nice. Yeah, salmon from the region, I guess. All right. And such events, it's always very, very nice if we have politicians. Why? Because then we feel like we are supported by policymakers. And I'm very happy to introduce to the stage, before our debate that would be held in Latvian, the Minister for Environmental Protection and Regional Development, Mr. Juris Puce. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, it's very nice to hear that in some events the politicians are actually liked and invited. There are some events where we are not so much liked and not as much invited. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to actually be at the beginning of this event, but I have a very good excuse for a politician to make. We had a cabinet meeting this morning, and for those who didn't participate, government actually took the decision and approved the priorities for the next year's budget, so most probably we will have a budget for the next year as well. This is a good news, especially in the fact that although we are in general Latvia diminishing our growth forecast for the next year, we still will have an increase in the budget, an increase in expenditure, and some of the problems that Latvia has will be, we will at least try to solve them, or partially solve them, as most instances governments are able to do. But I am pleased to welcome you here in Riga. I'm pleased that, and honored that the representation of European Commission has invited me to be at this conference. And this is a very actually topical event for us in these days. We have, besides of the every year process of deciding on budget, we also have a process on deciding on our national development plan, which will be also a basis for the European structural and investment funds for the next planning period. We are developing in the new plan and the regional policy guidelines, which is also the responsibility of my ministry. And in this instance, we have a lot of challenges to address. I would say that we will need to have a support from European structural investment funds also for not only upcoming but even next periods, in terms of the fact that we have very high regional disparities. Latvia has the third highest regional disparities among the countries of OECD. And there is a sign of market gap, a market failure. Market itself cannot solve those disparities. There's a very good example on that. We have lower costs for land, for labor, for many different things in most of the regions outside the Greater Riga region. You can buy land for 3 or 4 times cheaper. You can attract human capital, labor, 1.5 or more times cheaper than in Greater Riga region. But still, the investment isn't pouring there. There's a lot of need to have a private investment there. So if it's so cost-effective, why they're not doing that? And the issue is that the market considers the investment outside Greater Riga region to be much riskier. If something goes bad with the business, the ability to sell a warehouse or factory house near Riga in Ādaži or Mārupe is quite high. Most probably you'll get all the loan back, maybe even make some small profit on that when time goes by. To do the same thing in Ludza or Talsi or Valka isn't so easy. In most instances, you will lose. So the financial institutions ask for additional guarantees, ask for more private investment besides the loans to be injected in order for the investment to happen. It limits the growth in credit. It limits the ability to invest. So there is a need for public intervention from the state and the local government budgets. We are, in this period, have decided and also already are implementing programs for the first time in Latvian experience to have private investment made as a prerequisite for public investment to be made. If the public institutions, mostly local governments, want to invest to have roads paved, they need to find, or any other infrastructure, they need to find a private investor who is willing actually to make their own investment, to create jobs, make non-financial investment in their local government territories. And these projects are actually already giving very good results. In general, by the end of this year, on the end of this period, we will create more than 5,000 jobs in Latvian regions based on these programs. And we are on their way. More than 1,000 jobs are already made. and people are the ability to be employed with a decent wage in Latvian regions has increased. We are planning to actually do that kind of investment also next period, to have a place-based and integrated projects with a public investment effectiveness at its heart. To have those changes in regional development, very decisive element is a capacity of municipalities. For that kind, important priority for the ministry and the government is to strengthen the role of municipalities by administrative territorial reform. And this reform has started already more than 20 years ago, but this proposal we are making right now, and next Tuesday the cabinet will have a political decision on this reform, is to decrease the number of municipalities from 119 to 36. That will mean that the average municipality will be within the size of more than 30,000 inhabitants. That will be an increase of more than 6 times for the average size of local municipality. The local municipalities, in that sense, will become much more able to be a partner for a national government to tackle the problem of regional disparities in income, to increase private investment in their territories, to attract new private investors, to give them opportunities to rise and become stronger in the future. New and stronger municipalities will be the leaders of regional development and will be the agents of change. This approach is actually to have a changing focus. We will try to find a way for a government and local municipalities to work together and to solve the problem of not completely, none of the countries in the world has actually achieved that, but to try to solve the problem of regional income disparities. I wish you a productive conference that will be rich in valuable conclusions. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Minister. Paldies, Ministra kungs, par to, ka atradāt laiku.
Thank you, Mr. Minister, for finding the time and attending our conference. I suppose you have to go back to your cabinet. Is it the cabinet of ministers of your own that you have to return to?
Those people upstairs, of course, you can be there if you want to, but you're very welcome to also to come here, downstairs. It's way cooler here. And you're nodding, and yeah, I see by your faces you're not going to do that, right? Right. We switch now to Latvian, so you might use your translation devices. So you have stereo already now, like me, double the effect. Okay. Labi, tad mums ir tagad debata.
So now we will start a discussion, an unusual way of communicating our key message here, and we will have 2 panelists, Reinis Bērziņš and Jānis Rozenbergs. Please come up on stage. I know you're a bit anxious, but don't worry. I was told that Jānis, you have to stay here, and Reinis, you have to go there. I don't know why it's so, but, and maybe I'm mistaken as well. Maybe I mixed something up. I don't really remember. Anyway, whom do we have here? We have Reinis Bērziņš, the head of the development institution Altum. How many of you know Altum? Show hands. Oh, nice. Most of you know him. Maybe you work for Altum, maybe you are sort of the insiders that had been sort of planted here. But before Altum, Reinis has been the head of the patent authority as well. I somehow forgot it. He's been a member of the board of the Telecom and has been the parliamentary secretary of the Ministry of Justice. In his spare time, he's a marathon runner, loves basketball, loves football. You know, a lot of traumas there, so be careful. And what else does he like? To spend time with his family, his wife and two daughters. Nice guys always have daughters. I apologize. I have two daughters, by the way. That's why I'm sort of supporting the fathers of the daughters. Anywho, what can I say about Jans Rosenberg? So he's the mayor of Cesis. He's always been a mayor of Cesis, don't you think? I mean, I've got the feeling. Who of you has been to Cesis? How many of you know Cesis? How many of you have been to Cesis this year? Who's from Cesis? Oh, thank you for giving a hint and moderating. Do we have anyone from Cesis? Yes, we have a gentleman from Cesis, and we also have some other people from Cesis. By the way, has a connection with Cesis. If he went for the head of the Altum, he would be mayor, that's for sure, but that seat is taken, so vice mayor probably. Anyway, he has studied at the Cesis State Gymnasium. As regards to the hobbies of Janis, he's playing tennis. He's a skier, downhill skier. You know, you can do that in Cesis as well. And probably he goes to Munamägi in Estonia. And you recently returned from a leave. You were in Georgia, but let's not go in there. So now, as regards to the topic of the panel discussion, so they are going to talk about the grants, which are more which have higher utility for the development grants versus financial instruments. I don't know which one is going to defend which position. You will be given 5 minutes for the introductory remarks, and there's going to be a clock counting. Everyone will be able to keep you to your time, so you'll be given 5 minutes to communicate your position, your opinion, and then each of you will have the opportunity to ask the do the cross questioning, ask your opponent. We'll have about 8 minutes for that, and then we will conclude with 3-minute conclusion or concluding remarks. In order to make this interactive, in order to see how impressed you are about the debate or discussion, we'll ask you the same question at the beginning and at the end. So please log on to Slido. Now you can take out your smartphones, your tablets, or whatever smart device you have. Go find your web browser, type in slido.com, then you have to use the hashtag of InvestEU and then answer our question. One question, 2 choices: grants or financial instruments which are more beneficial, which have higher utility for the development. Nobody has answered as of yet. I hope we have good Wi-Fi connection, good broadband, and everything is working. I know that 5G only works in Liepāja and somewhere else. Maybe in Cesis they have secretly also installed 5G, but nobody has answered. Maybe I should try myself to be the first one. Is something wrong? Oh, you don't need the hashtag. Oh, I'm sorry, you don't need to. And maybe it will appear on screen soon. Apparently something is stalling, because even the shy Latvians usually respond quickly to such surveys. I think they are rebooting it right now. So InvestEU, it works. Oh, it's working, but we don't have it on screen. 48 people have already voted, so thank you for that. Let's wait 1 or 2 minutes and we'll get it up on screen. But I can also meddle with this. I can also play around with this, because they don't see it. It's 70-30 roughly at the moment. So can we get it up on screen? Is it possible? They are saying in a minute. What does it mean? Why are you showing me victory? Is it a victory? We don't have 2 minutes according to the scenario. So 72% are in favor of financial instruments as the main utility of development. No, 78% in fact. So as for the grants, 30% have voted for the grants altogether. 62 people have already casted their votes. I see people looking to their screens with their heads down. You look nice when you're with your heads down and with the screen illuminating your face, ladies. You look really appealing. Is it working? Have you run out of the Wi-Fi quota or subscription on 13th of September already? Oh, now we finally got it on screen. Thank you, technical boys and girls. Thank you. don't have anything to write with 68%, so roughly two-thirds think that financial instruments have greater capacity to trigger and facilitate development. Let us now go into our panel discussion, and I'll give 5 minutes in introductory remarks time to the Rosenbergs.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. In a conference represented by financial specialists, it will be difficult for me to defend grants, but I will try to explain my position and to talk about the experience of CESIS. Can I ask for the CESIS presentation to be shown on the screen, please? But to a certain extent, I would probably have voted for financial instruments at the end of the day, because still, I think Latvia has arrived at that life cycle when financial instruments are more efficient in development. But I would like to talk about CESIS. We're both from CESIS. We have been born, raised in school there. It's 814 years old. It's a beautiful country, city. The flag comes from here. It has been the capital for a while, and decisive freedom fights have taken place here. It has been dubbed as the capital of culture by the Minister for Culture, and we are going to strive to be the capital of the European culture in a couple of years. According to statistics, we have a high concentration with people with higher education here. We have 1 in 3 people with higher education possessing master's or doctoral degrees. We also have a Lampa discussion festival. We have very highly praised historical developments here, and with some IT pundits and academic institutions, we founded the digital state here, and our city is the first one to be part of it. We have introduced the artificial intellect training, artificial chat box Vendis, and it assisted the CESIS Art Festival, and we plan to develop it further. And in these 2.5 EU funding periods, we have been able to attract investments in the shape of grants for the amount of about 78 million. We have also attracted local financing for, say, thermal insulation of buildings. Let us talk using a healthcare institution. Let's say you have a light fever. You might be using homeopathic medicine, but if you get heavily sick, then you have to obviously introduce antibiotics eventually. And during the 50 years of Soviet Union, the public infrastructure was very depleted, very far lagging behind, and in many cases and in many aspects it had reached a situation of crisis. So we needed antibiotics to revamp and revive the body. Our biggest objects are the concert hall. This is our success story. We invited both the professional folk art. It generates about 2 million euros of income in the associated industries, and we take pride in it. Andres Vilks, the head of the National Library, says this is a genie in a new bottle. This is our library of CESIS. The number of readers has literally doubled. Our historical heritage is pretty much that of the EU level, and we can only invest more because of its large scope and value. Even though the influx of tourists increases on a year-by-year basis, but still we cannot fully recover it financially with the money that we make. And finally, last but not the least, is the Janus Church, or John's Church, which is owned by the local parish. It's one of the biggest cathedrals outside of Riga. It's built in Gothic style. It belongs to the parish. And it is clear that financial instruments cannot really cover a an object like this, which doesn't generate any cash flows, but we are very happy that this object is recovering its former beauty. And one of the biggest sectors that we have invested in the last 2.5 years is education. We have invested greatly in kindergartens, vocational education institutions, as well as general education institutions. So, I would like to say the following. I think that these antibiotics were very necessary both for CESIS and Latvia. Without them, we would, to a certain extent, be, how would I say, let me put it in a situation of crisis. And I think that this is the moment we can already start to level out one by the other, the grants and the financial instruments, because currently the level of health, let's put it this way, we can feel more safe and comfortable. Thank you, Jānis, for meeting the time limits. Reinis Bērziņš, your 5 minutes are up. Colleagues, friends, audience, definitely, I have some problems with the microphone, but you have to understand what you are going to cover and what you are not going to cover. I'm not going to cover CESIS, even though I really like the city, and I will certainly not say that there are some things that you should certainly not use or not focus on. So my today's topic is what is the biggest efficiency. Now, I would like to mention the reason why Altum is mentioned here, because these financial instruments are used in the shape of state aid. We are a relatively new enterprise, and what we have done, we started with 350 million euro portfolio 5 years ago. Now we're almost 600 million. And we reinvest this money in good deeds in economy. We don't really increase our staff. We have decreased it because we're efficient. We have also the highest credit rating granted by Moody's. And if someone would ask me, how did we arrive at this? How did we achieve this? There are several things. But the one thing that we did right in 2015 when the new management came together and looked at how things should be done, we selected financial instruments for providing Latvia with good deeds and options. And I will use the other slides to underline this. If we compare, then I would like to mention the, first of all, multiplicator effect. It's a contribution to the economy. If you invest $1 million, you lose $1 million. If you provide investment, then this will also be a guarantee for the bank, because we don't give guarantees without any backing, because you have also the bank financing that is added. And what we see, this financing is much more efficient, up to 5-6 times, and the multiplicator is up to 35 times. So imagine these 20 million given by the state. We provide them in guarantees for 80 million, whereas the transactions have been provided in the scope of 700 million.
The second point is that financial instruments can be reused if it's invested as a grant. It's good if it turns out well, but loan of course comes back. We all know how loans work, so this money returns back and we invest it into new grants, new projects, which again give us economic benefits, and we can go on. Now, as regards to the flexibility, I think that this third point, just to avoid being vague and general, let me give you an example. Sometimes we receive project applications requesting funding for particular instruments or particular devices devices, and they have probably applied for a grant but have not received. And they say, you know, in 2019, April, January, it's a too short a period that you have to, when you have to apply for the grant, and the program is just too short. Maybe you need the device, you know, later or earlier. 3 months is not enough time, and we need to be more flexible. Alton gives you that flexibility because we can extend the deadlines for the application in scope of our various programs. And the last point, and it is probably a sort of a soft point, but if you would answer to the question, who's more motivated, I think you would give the right answer. Let's imagine you have 300,000 raised in grants or through grants. You've built a plant, you know, the production is launched, you know, if it's good, then it's good. If not, not. But, you know, there is 300,000, so you get a bank and the guarantee from Altum. You get a bank loan and a guarantee, and then you also raise, you know, additional 100,000, and which makes you much more dedicated to success of the project. You're much more involved, and this is what we see, and this is what also the project that we have handled demonstrates. So these are the 4 main points in favor of the grants, and I'm not going to doubt what he said, but with financial instruments you would even have twice as much images. And if Jans would bring twice as more images, then he would need twice more time. Okay, gentlemen, now we will do the cross-examination, cross-questioning. We've got 8 minutes. Who would like to go first? Okay, let me ask Rein. So, what do you think? What are, according to your financial instruments, and in which sectors those financial instruments would need to be applied by the state sector to replace grants? I think that surprisingly enough, grants are sort of, or the sector which is slowly switching from grants to financial instruments is social sector, households. So with the aging concerns, people want to take care of their family members who probably want to avoid situations where probably old people don't have anywhere to live. And the trends in Latvia and Europe show that financial instruments are increasingly being used for soft needs or social needs, and social sectors should switch from grants to financial instruments. And what about next planning period? Would there be any possibility to blend or combine both grants and financial instruments? Any experience in that? And what are the examples or cases in the public sector? Well, we do have the examples of this kind, but we should need more of such examples, and this is what I liked about your story. And Cesis, which is quite a developed city, defined, as you said, to blend or to combine those both instruments, and Cesis is a good sort of test bed for that. And the projects that we have handled, again, you know, our experience shows that when you raise grants, then you can also apply for financial instruments, or vice versa. Many here in Latvia have heard about the Samaritans who are doing a good job taking care of old people, and that's a good example of how to raise grants. And on top of that alone, and they have raised more than a million in loans as well. And we see that there are projects that allow to do that, and also in other projects you can also apply alternative funding that doesn't go out to municipalities. But you know, Madara Cosmetics, especially women, know that, but they have also applied for a grant. They are an example of grant raising business, and they finance their initial development with the seed funding from the grants, and this is a good example for the municipalities. We also have Samaritans as well. Social care is fully, you know, in their hands. It's been outsourced to them fully, and we also have a care home as well. So you have a very nice advice, in fact, so thank you for that. And I think that was more or less. And what about the public sector? How keen has the public sector been to apply for financial instruments in your Altum experience? Well, the recent trends, we have Martin Zemītis, we have Andris Kužnieks here, we have Madam Steinbrück. Oh no, she's probably not here, at least I haven't seen her here. She's the former head of the representation. I remember that in 2018, when she was still serving as the head of the EC representation, here we had a project, joint project with the representation. This is how we sort of started raising awareness about financial instruments, because everyone thought that, you need grants. But we see that the number of applications has also increased, and the fact that makes us happy is that banks are very keen to, for example, use the Juncker instruments, as we call them, and we not only train the others on how to apply for them, we have also applied those instruments as well. And those who previously were the clients of grants have now become the clients of financial instruments. And since I have a couple of minutes, I could ask you the following questions. I don't know what's the budget of CESIS, but what kind of support are you providing through grants? And what are the main sectors that you have targeted? Which are the sectors that have most benefited from those grants? As I already mentioned, our portfolio is about 80 million euros. On top of that, 20 million private investment that has been raised over these years. It's mostly education sector, which is the biggest sort of beneficiary. Then the concert hall that I'd mentioned. Then also the heritage, the old castle, new castle, castle garden, library. And during the previous planning period, we also invested in our streets and everything underneath the streets, the district heating, water supply, piping, and sewage water piping, and our experience shows that there, God forbid, haven't been any accidents neither during winter or any other seasons. Nevertheless, I know that municipal enterprises have also received loans from our financial institutions and are funding through loans their development. When it comes to utilities, water, heat, they are gradually sort of phasing out those grants and switching over to financial instruments. Now, you have also talked about financial instruments with them, and you have talked or reached out to banks in CESIS. You have municipal enterprises as well, like other cities in Latvia. From those conversations, from those talks, negotiations, do you see that there is lack of information, and are there, banks in the case of which, financial instruments will not be available? Well, municipality hasn't actually had any long experience of using financial instruments, but our municipal enterprises are applying for financial instruments, and I know that CESIS Hospital, their second energy efficiency project phase, will be implemented with the help of the Altum financial instruments, and those financial instruments might in future also be absorbed also quite intensely by the residential buildings in CESIS. We also have a private investor, by the way, who funds energy efficiency projects, so municipalities is probably not going to intervene in order to avoid market distortion. But businessmen from CESIS have also asked me if, they as private sector players, if they would have the same terms and conditions when it comes to financial instruments equal to the ones that are available to municipalities, then they could probably scale up. Because basically they go to commercial banks and they have to be okay with 4-5% interest rates, whereas, with the guarantees of 9%, municipalities can raise the funding with lower interest rates. And so basically private players are saying that reduces their profit margin and makes those revenues less stable, because it's very more difficult to gain revenues farther away from Riga, so they are in a vicious cycle. But maybe this discussion or this dialogue will nevertheless continue. And it says we support liberal policies. Anything that can be done by privates is handed over to the privates. Privates are cleaned by private service providers. Houses are being managed by private managers. Kindergartens are also cleaned and fed by the private sector. Schools, the same story. And basically, we have outsourced a lot of things, and that also is an indirect direct investment of the private sector in providing this service. And then there's also our sports hall. We have 3 basketball courts. We have lighting as well, which was replaced. 270 kilowatt, 1,000 kilowatt energy consumption, quite a big electricity bill, and this is what led them onto this topic. And there's a private investor who's ready to invest in lighting, take the savings, and we would have less costs, and in 3 years those lighting lamps would be owned by us. That's another way of raising investment in our sector. Well, thank you for this session. We have time for closing remarks. He'll be given 3 minutes for the closing remarks, concluding remarks, but we'll give you a minute to formulate your closing remarks now.
Reinis izskatās gatavs.
Vienmēr gatavs. Pionieris.
Jānis izskatās gatavs.
Jā.
Nu, labi, tad ir labi, ko tur tērēt laiku, griežam nost. Jā, lūdzu. 3 minūtes.
So the clock is running 3 minutes. I already mentioned at the beginning that we needed those grants as a sort of antibiotic. And I think that probably that was what we needed at that phase of the development. We will still need that as a solution. But we need to think about human capital. We're investing a lot in infrastructure, in concrete. And I'm sort of trivializing this, but it's also a question of what happens with the concrete, what people are going to, who's going to use the concrete structure. And I have to agree with Reins that, projects being funded from the financial instruments in terms of applications are much more precise because they think about the contents. They know that they will have shared responsibility not only on paper but also in life, in reality. And if you have a grant, then you just basically absorb the money and then you try to figure out how to spend it. As for the next programming period, those who are developing regulations and those who are controlling the enforcing the regulations, and those who are applying for funding should not forget about the human factor, about the content, which should be measurable as well, and it can't be just, on paper to check it off. And if I may, I'd like to continue with my opinion. I would like to underline that in the beginning, probably it is difficult to sort of oppose CESIS, which is still my city, and I know how hard Jānis is working at the development of the city, and when you know all the achievements or see all the achievements, you have dual feelings, and I'm good that I'm not a politician. Then I would be asked whether you support this project or that project and that project. You can't choose, between projects. All of them are very important, and what we have concluded from our experience, and we have 5-year experience, so we have conclusions that are serious. Portfolio has doubled, in fact, and from time to time we see that there are projects that we can't fund, and there are times when we see that it's tough to turn them down because it is really based on merits, a good initiative. But if there is a sector and has a drive, and if there is a viable project, we try our best to finance it, be it social entrepreneurship. Last week, we have a lending committee meeting, a private project with the involvement of a bank loan. There was a retirement home which was operated, and they applied for the Juncker plan support because we are the national coordinator or focal point for that, and similar activities are also in other countries that are funded from this, and it's good that the mayor of CESIS is aware of the need to combine or merge different funding sources, and I think in future those cities that are active at exploiting the financial instruments will be the ones that will develop more successfully. So I have nothing against grants, but if you compare those instruments and multipliers, the reusability of financial instruments, motivation and flexibility, sort of personal motivation, commitment, that all speaks in favor of the instruments. But in my opinion, from from this discussion's point of view, which one is better. I think both should be merged, mixed together, blended, combined, and that will give you the best economic effects and impact, and we should continue that way over the next planning period. If I may, I'd like to take another 30 seconds since Grace left some time for me. Or yielded back those 30 seconds. Grants are not going to be around forever. You have to be aware of that. And quite often, you know, in our local government, we have this discussion. Any new building requires maintenance. There are costs associated with maintenance. So you must not forget about the maintenance perspective, and grants are not going to be about forever, and one day Latvia will have to become a donor. And sometimes when our twinning city people from Germany come to us, and they come every September and they say, well, you've built this, and this is a new building, and this is a new building, and Germans can't really afford anything like that. They build a library and then they're happy for 3 years. But however, you know, here wheels are turning very fast, so philosophically you have to understand that this pace is not going to last forever. What happened yesterday makes us quickly move on to other things. You know, we forget about what happened yesterday and we quickly switch to other things. But that is not going to continue forever. And we want to also promote PPPs as well, public-private partnerships. And I think that the PPP is the way forward. In Latvia, unfortunately, we're struggling with the PPPs. You have to go through the cabinet of ministers. You have to get their approval as well to do anything, to achieve anything. But we should unlock the PPP potential. Well, it is difficult to get out of the cabinet of ministers, and the minister barely made it out of the cabinet. So, but do you have any closing remarks? So you feel confident, nothing to add. Okay, so good for you. Was it interesting? I mean, was it exciting for you there listening? I think we should give a round of applause to the two gentlemen for the quality of their performance. Discussion. Probably like you know, in a boxing ring, I should take the hands of you both and announce the winner. But you know, this is not a fight. This is not a competition. There are no losers. There are winners. It was a valuable discussion, exchange of valuable views that are very much welcome. Please fetch your smartphones once again and vote again. Based on what you heard during the debate, and try to be impartial. Take no sides. Maybe you have changed your opinion as well. The same question, the same answers, but you are now a bit more experienced after this debate, this discussion. Maybe Mr. Rosenberg has convinced you that the grants are the thing. And somebody wants a third answer as well, a third option. So before that, financial instruments got the support of 2/3 of respondents. Well, the European Commission will bring this to Brussels, and the municipalities will be over. So basically, the municipalities are not interested in grants anymore. So that's what the sort of Commission will take away from this. And this will be my last trip to Riga. I will have no reason to come here anymore. Anyway, we have 52 votes. So what are the results? Well, they've had mercy on you. They have supported you to a greater extent. Somehow it seems that Danes had been more convincing. But the good news, not to disappoint you, not to leave you with sad feelings. There are a lot of people who still consider grants as more efficient instrument tool, and at least it seems that you have also sort of kept your fans, kept your fan base. I think those who voted for grants are probably drinking coffee right now or relaxing. Maybe they are out of the room. So thank you very much anyway for your input and contribution. So, now our stage will be again transformed, and we will continue with TED-style interventions. The guys didn't drink anything, TED-style talks. That's what we'll have now. Oh no, they have drank a bit of water, and we had a president who said I have to drink something first. But jokes aside,
we have 4 more TED-style talks today. And I think we could wish for a little more engagement from the audience in the Q&A sessions, but then on the other hand, we have some time pressure. So let's see how this goes. Our first speaker in this session comes from European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and his name is Jacek Kubas. He specializes in covered bonds, securitization, derivatives, and also fintech, and has worked with secured bonds in countries like Poland, Romania, Estonia, Slovakia, and currently is working in Bulgaria, Latvia, Lithuania, Croatia, and Ukraine. So please welcome on the stage Mr. Kubas. All right, 15 minutes sharp or less than that.
Good afternoon, guys. How are you today? Still awake? I take it for yes. I have to say, I always dream about doing something like that on the TED Talk style, especially I'm not sure whether you saw Brené Brown's speech on vulnerability, and you can watch it on Netflix, and it's absolutely amazing. So at some point in time, actually, I was in discussion with TEDx. I was supposed to do something, but then I had to travel for work, so it never happened. So here I am here. And I'll be talking to you guys on the future of capital market, and also Friday the 13th may not be the luckiest day for that, but well, we have no choice, and we will succeed, and we have been succeeding for a while already. I was yesterday in Munich, and I'm telling you that for two reasons. One is that you give me a little bit of sympathy for waking up at 3:30 this morning to come here. Thank you, thank you. But there is one much more important reason. So it was a cover bond conference, the biggest in the industry, 1,250 people representing issuers, investors, rating agencies, all the global players. And there is a panel on new jurisdictions. And on that panel, you have guys talking about the Brazilian cover bonds, and you have guys talking about Japanese newly structured cover bonds. Singapore is there. And then there is a bank from this region, from Estonia, talking about cover bonds and how this market is changing, representing capital markets. And you have the whole room of investors actually being interested in this jurisdiction. And this would not happen, I think, a few years ago, and how it is all shifting around. That's a little bit of a spin of what we are and what we do, but I will actually use the time to talk more about substance. So first of all, when we look at capital market and the future and the development of capital markets, we ask ourselves a simple question. What can we do to develop and progress capital market? And the answer initially seems a bit simple. You need a framework. Quite easy, especially being part of the European Union. The framework comes from Brussels, or it's coming from the capitals. We need the market players, so we need issuers, we need investors. Some of you are here today. And then we also need assets. And I think asset is quite an interesting point here, because in relation to asset, it also comes with the size and how sizable your portfolio will be and how will you be able to attract the investors. Because we're not only talking about investors that are domestic investors. And sometimes, you know, with the reforms on the pension funds that are happening in the region, they may not be the strongest investors, but we also talk about international investors. And we are also an investor here. But what we see here, and I think that was given to you by a person talking about capital market union, is that the markets should integrate more and work together to be more attractive and for the issuers, but also for the investors coming forward. And when I was preparing this, I actually thought about one thing that was really, really relevant for me when I thought about that region. And first of all was the size, and the second is how to create, and shall we create, and are we already creating a pan-Baltic capital market? And when I thought about this unification of those three countries working together, trusting each other, because without trust, nothing would happen. You need cooperation among the three ministries of finance to really align framework, but also the vision, the strategy, the next steps. And that is happening not only because of negotiations along the table, but also because one of each other trust themselves. And I think that moment you had, guys, 30 years ago as well. And I took that picture because this is the Baltic way, and it was something really important that came across those three jurisdictions and so powerful to actually protest and hold hands together to fight for the independence in a very peaceful way. And I think that's a little bit of that trust that is coming together to create the pan-Baltic capital market. And that work has started in 2017 when three ministers of finance, with the presence of the Vice President Dombrovskis, signed the MOU to create the joint pan-Baltic capital market. And you could think, okay, we have another political statement happening from Brussels. Would that be followed through? And that's something that I will try to answer to you. But as you know, EBRD is a bank that works across all Central Eastern Europe. And when we look at the numbers, actually, Central Eastern Europe brings 20% of citizens of European Union. It contributes 8% to its GDP. But its capital market actually accounts only for 3% of whole EU capital market. There is a room for improvement. So the question that came from back in 2017 was, how are we going to be able to do it together? What are the next steps? And how we can achieve it working and being supported by EBRD, but also, I have to say, thanks to the European Commission, who is working with us and supporting and actually sponsoring through SRSS 12 technical cooperation projects, which have quite an amount of value across all of the member states. And I'll talk about those projects in more detail so we can understand what the vision we had for the capital market and what we think will be the joint Baltic capital market. But in the last 2 years, the market itself moved quite a lot. We had a number of interesting transactions, and Daile will talk about one of them, which is the Port of Tallinn IPO. We had a number of bond issuance, including green bonds, including bonds by the energy company. We have Auga Group that came to the market. We showcased all of that last year in London. We invited all the international investors we know to our auditorium where we bring 300 people. And we had a discussion together with the Minister of Finance how to attract more investors to the region. And finally, that brought us also an award of an Ally of the Year from NASDAQ. So thank you for that. Coming to what I think is the road in the future, and I color-coded that just on purpose to show you what we think the vision is and what the possibilities of interesting possibilities for the development of capital market here are. And let's start with the blue. So this is one of my favorite topics because one of my business lines are covered bonds. So we are working across 3 member states on the covered bond legislation. And it's quite an interesting project because what we're trying to do is to allow the issuer to be able to pool assets across 3 member states if they want to issue, so they reach a size. In the covered bond market, if you want to attract international investors, you either have to come to the market with 250 million euro issuance or 500 million euro benchmark. If you are under that, it's very, very hard to actually bring those guys to invest in your instrument. And covered bond has proved as a really good funding tool for the banks, and we see the banking structure is changing in the region. It has a dual protection, the so-called dual recourse for the investors. You have a claim against the pool, and if you're not satisfied from the pool of mortgages that are securing that instrument, you also can go and have a claim after the issuer. So the work on this instrument is happening across 3 countries, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. The mortgage size of those 3 countries together is around 20 billion euro, which is exactly the size of Slovak or Hungarian mortgages, which are actually attracting a lot of international investors. And Estonia has just adopted the law, and it will be operational as of October. Latvia and Lithuania are working together with us on the legislation, while in Estonia we're trying to bring this pan-Baltic angle into this, which would sort a lot of quite interesting issues that are a nitty-gritty detail in structuring that product, including taxation, how would you transfer the asset, re-register the mortgage, notary public fee. There are loads of points that will be very, very relevant. But the market really is awaiting for the first pan-Baltic cover bond. So hopefully by the end of next year, that's something that will be happening a lot. The other product that I think will be really a vision for the 3 countries is the one that's coming out from our SME equity support instrument that we're working across those 3 countries. 99% of businesses here within the EU definition, we know that EU definition of SME is rather welcoming, are SMEs here, over 98.9%. So how we make a decision as an SME, instead of going to a bank and attracting a loan, we actually decide to go to capital markets. And then you think about capital market, number of points come into your mind. If I'm an SME, the corporate governance, the cost, the legal fees, the prospectus, and we can count and count and count. So we try to design the instrument that will allow actually make it much more attractive for the SMEs to hit the capital market and fund themselves through the capital market activity. Another point which is quite an interesting work which we're working in Latvia at the moment is the state-owned enterprises and what's the future of that side of capital market. Are we going to see more of privatizations also coming here and channeling the size of the capital market? But I know you're going to talk about it later as well, so I leave it here. Finally, 3 other points which, in our view, have a very, very big potential for the market. First of all, we're looking at the MSCI, together with MSCI, which is one of the index providers, we look at how can we have an index of the jurisdictions, 3 of the jurisdictions merged together so they can be classified as emerging market. Because when you look at that, and Poland has just been classified to developed market, and you guys have everything to be developed market except the size. And that's why, for example, some of those markets are classified as frontier market because there are not enough assets, not enough activity in capital markets. So we're trying, together with the governments and MSCI, to create a new category that will allow for the Baltic region to have a classification altogether, which this is really important for the passive investor who look at those indices and actually invest along them. Another point which is huge for, and I'm sure you're all following what's happening with the European Commission. We're very lucky to have Vice President Dombrovskis again looking into financial sector. But you also have another vice president who is responsible for the EU Green Deal. And the green is really what's the next 5 years within the European Commission will be focusing a lot. And that will also channel to capital market and green finance. We have the EU taxonomy, green bond standards that were announced, the drafts of them a few months ago. But how does that channel to actually particular jurisdiction? And we already had some of the green bonds, including by the energy company, issued here in the region. So one of the projects that I think will, again, bring the development of capital market is something that we're looking at Lithuania, which is a sustainable green finance, to A, identify what are the barriers for development of green finance, B, think about what incentives, regulatory incentives, tax incentives, or any other incentives we could create to actually bring more of that. Because one of the things that all of the green investors across the European Union are complaining is there are no assets, green assets to invest. And that's why EU taxonomy actually creates the portfolio of green a bit wider than it is at this stage. And then finally, to set up something which will be called a Green Finance Institute to promote the green activities. And the last thing, which I think for me, it's really close to my heart, is financial technology and innovation. And we can see how Estonia has been doing fantastically, how Lithuania has opened first regulatory sandbox here in the region and already started testing new solutions. There are so many startups, not only fintech startups, that originated from here. So how to facilitate that and also how to channel it, that in the future it will come also to the capital market. And you may think, oh wow, that's the vision, that's the thing that we just believe in it. But actually, all of that, with the support of the European Union, is happening on the advisory side. So we're working with the governments, regulators, and others, including, I think, and I did not mention that, but I leave it for the last 2 minutes because she will be speaking here, including NASDAQ, who I think first look at this market together and managed to create a platform that comes across the 3 member states, and you can actually utilize the infrastructure. So if you have that, I mean, the next step should really be to bring the assets. And this is what we are focusing on, being funded by the European Union on the advisory side, while we also come and support that for the investment side. So if you look about the covered bond story, for example, in the last 3 years, we work on the reforms in 7 countries across our kinds of operation. But we also, in the last 3 years, invested 800 million euro in those instruments. And very often, we actually scale back to allow other investors to come in, even though we could have bought more. So if I think about the next year, which will be 2020, so my 2020 vision would be for sure to see covered bond coming out of the region, maybe already this year, end of this year, and then progress on the pan-Baltic jurisdiction. I really think the SME listing support instrument and equity listing support instrument is something that we realize in coming to the market, and that we see more transactions that we saw this year, because that was already more than we saw last year. And I think you're going to hear about some of the possibilities of making deals in capital markets here from the next two speakers that are joining me. So I wanted to say thank you so much, guys, for listening for the 15 minutes of our vision on capital markets. If you have any questions, you can shoot me an email or you can follow me on Twitter, Jacek Kubas, and we're very happy to chat and tell you what we have in our mind to develop Baltic capital market. Done. Thank you.
Perfect. Amazing timing. Right. Before you run away, yeah, I can hold this one. Feels good. Any questions? What is this? Hot. Yeah, well, I've asked about the conditions here. It's max that they can do, so sorry for this. No questions?
Am I free?
Just your, I don't know, personal...
There is a question. Oh my goodness, cool.
Is there?
Yeah, there is.
She will ask you to pitch in 30 seconds or something.
Hi. Well, first of all,
can you introduce yourself, please?
Absolutely. My name is Lisa Aizupete, and I'm the CEO of one of the local startups that's registered in Estonia for the purposes that you just mentioned, since Estonia is a little bit more open. I wanted to ask you a question. Do you envisage this pan-Baltic capital markets development also somehow linked, related to blockchain?
Oh wow! I think it's a good question. I think all of the IT developers doing the blockchain, they never think that there are jurisdictions, right? They think the world is one thing, and we should also try to tackle that in that regards, because it is important that the innovation goes across the borders. And actually, yesterday there was an award for the most innovative cover bond deal of the year. And the most innovative deal was Societe Generale first ever blockchain-based cover bond, which in the instrument has 250 years of history. That was something new. And I think we will really make sure that in that work the government also focuses on the framework that is for DLT across those three jurisdictions will be quite similar. What we're trying also to do, and that's where we bring the guys in, is we are a member of GFIN, so Global Financial Innovation Network. That's something being run by FSA, and we channel a lot of innovation through that and cooperation of the authorities. But we also just yesterday joined in Paris the meeting of and a new innovation network of EU. Just when the UK splits up, they want to have something else. And that's the topic that will for sure further raise, because it's a very, very, very good point, and I think it will be important to address it. So thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you for the question, and yes, you are free now.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
All right. We shall move on now with our next speaker. She is the CEO of NASDAQ Baltics, and she has been responsible for exchange services at NASDAQ Baltic since 2012. And she also serves as the chairman of the board of the Baltic Institute of Corporate Governance. She holds 2 master degrees in economics and also in management. Executive MBA, it's called. So I'm very pleased to welcome on the stage the CEO of NASDAQ, Daile Music. Please, the floor is yours. Yes, you can do some activity at least with your hands. That's nice.
Thank you very much, and thank you also for promoting me. I'm actually not CEO of NASDAQ, but it's fine. So, yeah, so that's the vision. So back, okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this opportunity. If I have to say that Jacek said that his dream was to give a TED Talk speech, then I must say that it hasn't been my dream, but I am here today. My responsibility is to develop Baltic capital markets and also Latvian capital markets, and I guess this is the reason why I'm also here. And I have a very challenging title for my presentation, and it's called A Game Changer of Baltic Capital Markets. So, let's see. 10 years ago, when I started working for NASDAQ, I also became a shareholder in NASDAQ, because at NASDAQ, every employee is also a shareholder. And that has taught me a lot of important lessons, because I'm also a manager. So I am responsible for creating value and growth. So every time I get a task from my shareholders or my management that I need to increase revenue or decrease cost or think about new ideas, you know, I think, God, it's really hard. But then I think if I don't like it as a manager, it makes sense as a shareholder. And, you know, it's all about growth mindset and a little bit stretching ourselves. Because, you know, I think, at least I tell my children very often, you know, you need to walk that extra mile, and then in the end, there will be better result, or you will be more proud if you do this little bit more than you usually do. But one thing is telling it to your children, other thing is doing it yourself. So if you work for a listed company, it is actually an everyday task. You need to look a little bit further. You need to think about growth, because investors don't want to invest in your company just because you have this great brand name, but they want to invest because they want to earn more, you know, and they want to have the shareholder return. So yeah, a little bit worried. So actually it's me on NASDAQ Tower together with my colleagues. And it looks a little bit like a Photoshop, but I can tell you that it's not a Photoshop, it's an actual picture. It's all of us 10 years ago when we became CEOs working for NASDAQ Baltic exchanges. Yeah, so two important lessons. First of all, you have to look at the share price when you are a listed company, and as a NASDAQ shareholder, I can say that in the last 10 years, it actually has increased 5 times. So when I became a NASDAQ employee as a shareholder, the share price was $20, today it's $100. And about the walking extra mile and about growth mindset. So, by the way, how many of you are shareholders in any shares? Okay, there is a couple, very good. But I think if we were in Tallinn, then the number would be a little bit different. There would be much more hands up here. So, I will give you 3 numbers, you see. 148 million, 14,102. You, of course, don't know what those numbers mean, and I didn't expect you to know it, because then my story would be, this wouldn't be the right place to tell the story. So, 184 million. In 2018, last June, a year ago, Tallinn Port, or Tallinn Sadam, became a listed company. It went to market and attracted 148 million euros. So they did an initial public offering and got listed on NASDAQ Baltic. So any of you can also go and buy NASDAQ Tallinn Port shares also today, because we have a regional market from investors' perspective. So yeah, so what happened? Company attracted financing for growth, and we know we need growth, because that translates into GDP growth on country level. It's about creating additional value, and so on and so on. During this process, Estonian government sold part of its shares, and now that Tallinn Port is listed, and government still is a majority holder, but part of it is distributed to different investors. So what did state gain? It still has a majority control in this very strategic asset. Just think, in Latvia, talking about bringing ports to the public market. I mean, it's really, in a way, taboo topic, you know. But Estonians have done it. So state has money. State needs money. We heard it this morning. We hear it every day. We open a newspaper and we see that we need money for better healthcare, for education, for roads, for pensions, for you name it. So now Estonian government has more money in the budget. They can invest into roads infrastructure. They can increase pensions and do all of those very needed things. And for us as Estonian citizens, we are not, but if we were, some maybe are, it means that our level of living is increasing. So it's very good. 14,000. 14,000 Estonian citizens, Estonians, became as shareholders in this company. During initial public offering, shareholders did exactly what Martins was telling us in the morning, that we need to take our savings and make it into productive investment. They did exactly that. And in Latvia, we actually have around 10 billion resting in savings accounts. You know what is an interest rate. I mean, I don't think it's worth to mention it. So Estonians did. They took this money, invested in Tallinn port shares. It means that they have taken charge of their future. They have become investors. And instead of doing picket at the, Saima someplace and saying we need to increase pensions, they actually taken care of it themselves. So they will not rely on state budget, and they will not rely on their children. So it's investment. And more importantly, I think it's also, I have to say compliment to Estonian government, because Estonian government has believed that those 14,000 investors are able to make a decision and are able to evaluate investment and can participate in the IPO. Because in Latvia, the usually excuse is, society is not ready. Not ready for what? So 14,000, 102. It was an international initial public offering. So 102 pension funds, investment funds from 20 countries also invested in Tallinn Port IPO. One investor is sitting in front row, EBRD as well. So it means that not only Estonian public believes in future of Estonian economy, in future of Estonian port, also very sophisticated international investors have the same opinion. By the way, Latvian and Lithuanian pension funds also invested in Tallinn port. So it means that we need to give more opportunities for pension investors, for retail investors to invest in domestic economy. And this is, in a way, a game changer of Baltic capital markets if we put state-owned enterprises on the market. And if, like a couple of years ago, we said that, well, we don't know, will there be a demand? Now we see, if the investment case is right, if the company is properly governed, it can be placed on the market, investors can invest, and there is interest about that investment. So next time, when you hear about state-owned enterprise listing, about capital markets development, you know that that can be a game changer. And there are three things that I would like you to remember. It's not privatization in old terms, because privatization happened 20 years ago when you sold majority interest for privatization vouchers. Today, it's citizen co-ownership. State shares its blue chips with its citizens, and citizens also become co-owners. And via stock exchange, it can be done. So, thing number one. Thing number two, ecosystem. State-owned enterprise listing helps to develop ecosystem. Because when large caps come to the market, and investors come to the market and invest, then also investors start looking for other investment opportunities, and then also smaller enterprises, such as Mother Cosmetics or many others, can find investors on public markets. So it helps to develop ecosystem. And thing number three, it develops growth mindset. And we know that we all need to work on our growth mindset, both personally and in our business. And also state-owned enterprises need to have this growth mindset. So thank you very much. This is all.
A very clear message, thank you. I was listening to your story about the Tallinn port's case, and is there any downside? Because you only mentioned, the advantages of such a strategic decision. I mean, could it be so this is so advantageous that we don't have any risks there or anything that,
No, I think this advantage is, disadvantage from shareholder perspective is that investment might not be successful, you know. From state perspective, I think maybe one of the sort of risks is that state may not be able to sell it at the price it has envisaged, you know. But I think it's about also about making the right investment case. So if company today is not ready and state cannot sell it at the price they have imagined, you know, then there is obviously some homeworks that needs to be done, and then company can be taken to market again. Because it's not about selling family silver, you know, it's very often, it's exactly how it's sort of described, that we cannot sell those companies because it's our family silver. No, it's not family silver. How do we know that it's family silver? So market gives a test. Market shows, is it a family silver? Can we share with it, or we are not ready yet?
We listened in the morning session the case of Air Baltic. Similar amount of money raised in very different way. Do you think they should have gone this way? Attracting, you know,
well,
having Latvian citizens and other people investing in Air Baltic?
Yeah, no, that was about bond issuance, and but also Martin Gauss mentioned that they have IPO,
in plans,
initial
yes.
public offering of shares in plans. So I hope that that's the next step.
All right. Any questions from the audience? Yes, please. We have a microphone here.
Hi, my question is, how many more companies are we going to see to come and do follow what the Port of Tallinn did?
You know how many people have asked me that question? I mean, it can be, I mean, I think we in Baltics in total, I think in Latvia alone we have 20 or 25 SOEs which would qualify for this. You know, I think it's about similar amount also in Lithuania and probably also in Estonia. So I mean, it's sky is the limit, and we only talk about existing business. It doesn't mean that we cannot develop something new.
Hi, Yanis from Deloitte. Let's play a little game. Think of yourself as someone who can do anything to implement what you think is the right thing. In terms of capital markets in Latvia, Baltics, what would you do? What would be the 3 top things that would be the key ones you would do?
First of all, I would introduce independent supervisory councils in all state-owned enterprises. People with right background in finances who have a little bit more vision than just sort of keeping status quo. So that would be one thing. I think other thing is evaluate for the next good candidate who could be IPO candidate, you know, taking away this taboo themes and ideas that energy sector cannot be put on market. By the way, in Lithuania, all energy companies are on market. They are listed and they are doing just fine, you know. So that would be second thing, and you know, third thing is like, you know, Nike, just do it, you know. We need to do it. But, you know, enough talk, let's proceed to action.
All right. Thank you. With that note,
yeah.
We finish this one. Thank you. Okay, going well. So our next speaker, Kristina Berziņa. She's the Deputy Chairwoman of the board at Latvian Venture Capital and Private Equity Association, and also is a co-founder of the biggest Latvian private equity fund named Livonia Partners. Holds diploma in mathematics. That's a bit of a difference today that we have here on the stage, and also that's in Latvia, and an MBA from Michigan State University. So quite a combination. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a fact.
Thank you.
Right.
That's a fact.
Okay. So 15 minutes or less, please.
Thank you. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And I will be talking about private equity, venture capital and private equity part of the capital markets, which is extremely new industry. It's a new industry which was established in late or mid-90s in the Baltics, and why it's new, around the same time as commercial banking. But the fact is that for a private equity or venture capital fund, the average lifespan is, for one fund, 8 to 10 years. So it takes 10 years to understand if the fund is performing or not performing. And everybody can calculate how many cycles of 8 to 10 years there have been since late 90s. Not too many at all. So for first 10, 15 years, it was basically an industry of trials and errors. Many, if not all of the funds, were producing returns of 0% per year, roughly speaking. When an amazing change happened in the industry about, I'd say, in the last like 5, 8 years ago, right now, it's extremely vibrant industry in the Baltics. It is managing around 3 billion euros. So managed by the managers of venture capital or private equity funds. And this number grew 7 times since 5 years ago. 5 years ago, it was a little bit under 400 million euros. So there are plenty and plenty of capital in the market, but still not enough. Plenty and plenty of funds. We are one of the very few private equity funds investing into later stage companies. By later meaning they're not late anywhere, but they're not an early stage company. Basically companies who already have established business models generating strong profitability, strong growth, strong cash flow. And we are managing, in Livonia Partners, we are managing about 83 million across Baltics, investing across Baltic companies. And fund was established 4 years ago. We have another year to go, and obviously we'll be raising next fund shortly. And so far we have done 7 investments. Mostly, our investments are mostly capital investments, either injections into company or buyouts. Also, we can also provide mezzanine type instruments, and our investments are across Baltics, and many of those companies have either bought companies outside of the Baltics or are, of course, exporting to the globe, basically. The focus is small and medium enterprises. Hence, the number of employees across 7 companies is around 1,500 people. Just to give you one example, this is a company we bought about 4 years ago called Termari. It's a wood processing company in Estonia producing thermo-treated wood, sauna materials, saunas, etc. This company, we basically grew this company since acquisition about 4 years ago. We have grown it from EBITDA of about 4 million to almost 10, both organically and through acquisitions. Acquired 1 Finnish company, merged with another Estonian company. Another acquisition is in the process with a company from outside the Baltics. And over these 4 years, this company became, virtually in their own niche, they became one of the global leaders. Obviously, not a huge niche globally, but niche, very, very growing niche, since thermo-treated wood is regarded as environmentally friendly replacement for tropical wood in construction and architectural solutions. That's one of the examples, and there are plenty like this across industry, across private equity, of companies which private equity managers help to grow. And that's the industry landscape. As I said, the industry overall, all managers managing around 3 billion euros right now across Baltics. There are all funds in all stages of life, beginning with very early stages accelerators to seed capital and the venture capital and growth, buyouts, and then a new generation of funds, which infrastructure funds, which just kind of started to establish itself in the Baltics a year or 2 ago. So the industry is still developing very, very quickly, and there are, of course, mezzanine funds as well. So the deals in the Baltics, and these are private equity deals. only. Why this is important? So in the last 3-4 years, there have been many deals in the Baltics done by global private equity funds, virtually putting the countries on the map for global investors. Why this is important? Because investors as us, they eventually need to exit their investment companies. We need to produce return to our investors. Until very recently, about 90% of all exits were to strategic buyers. And the exit universe was extremely limited. New and large and other private equity buyers noticed the region not so many years ago. Partly it's a matter of course growing economies logically, but also some of the Baltic companies has developed and some have become very attractive to private equity players. Unfortunately, one area where exits are still almost not happening are capital markets, and that's a huge, actually maybe not a huge, but it is a weakness because IPOs listings are incredibly attractive exit opportunities, provide very attractive exit opportunities to venture capital investors and private equity investors. So the hope is that this sector also will develop finally in the next years. So some of these transactions have been incredible and epic. Blackstone's acquisition of Luminor was actually, in that specific year, it was globally the largest acquisition of a bank by a private equity fund. So it Luminor's name was very widely pasted on all front pages of all very global newspapers and media outlets, and some of the other capital injection acquisition of Daimler into Bolt, previously Taxify, was to everybody was fantastic transaction. And it's just good to have these examples. So it's good to have these examples, in addition to Skype. one single example which people named for 10 years, and everybody wanted to be, either Finland's Nokia or Estonia's Skype. But now we have many successful examples. And then. Next question, where is the money coming from private equity managers are managing? From many different sources. Specifically for Livonia, we have EIF and EBRD as one of our largest investors. We also have Latvian, Estonian, and Finnish pension funds, which is relatively unusual because so far outside Baltic pension funds have been extremely reluctant to invest into Baltic funds, either domiciling in the Baltics or investing into Baltics. EIF and EBRD, and also, of course, other local government agencies like Altum and Kredex and Invega Kredex in Estonia and Vega in Lithuania, have been very important to the industry. As you can see, this dark blue box, these are governmental agencies as investors into private equity funds in the Baltics. They right now constitute 66%. So this box are basically Altum, Invega, Kredex, EIF, and EBRD. And this, for larger and larger economies, this proportion is shrinking. But it's very clear, given the sort of cyclicality of this industry and given its use and not so long track record, we do need support of governmental agencies for, I'd say, as a minimum, next 15, 20 years, maybe even longer. Naturally, this proportion will go down more and more, but it is extremely important for the further development of the industry. So, yeah, and the remaining, in the Baltics, remaining or next largest investors are pension funds, and local pension funds have been actually extremely successful and active in supporting Baltic economies. There are some Finnish pension funds being, by definition, a little bit more adventurous and then smaller than Swedish or Danish or from other larger economies, for whom Baltics are simply too small and too adventurous. And of course, there is a lot of historical, this memory of institutional investors have very long historical memory. If you go to speak to Swedish pension funds and they all say, oh, yes, we remember, how much money Swedbank pension fund lost in the crisis 10 years ago. But it was 10 years ago, yes, but we still remember that. So, compared to other geographies, actually, the pension fund part of the investment is quite big. I understand that in Poland, for example, it's a big problem. Pension funds do not invest into private equity, and it is a struggle for local funds, not for the Baltic funds. But the key message here clearly is that in support of governmental development institutions will be important for for many years to come. That's about it.
All right. Any questions from the audience? While they're still thinking, do you think that in Baltics, do venture capital market players in general, as a whole, play to its full potential currently? And how do you see that in future?
Oh no, there is so much potential. Most of the teams are young. Actually, most of the teams. And who are making these investment decisions? These are managers who are managing the fund. Average team size is between 4 or 5 to maybe 10 people.
It's like freshman activity currently.
Well, maybe not exactly freshman, but something around that. So there is just so much to learn. And so the potential is unlimited.
And how do you, maybe in your association, how do you learn? Just by mistakes, or you also, I don't know, travel and talk to people in developed countries with the experience?
Absolutely. Not that we are not developed. Being a young industry doesn't mean being an undeveloped country, right? But of course, we travel and share experiences with colleagues. LPs, limited partners, the institutional investors, they share their insights because they're investors in many funds. So there is a lot of this, within the communities, there is a lot of learning going on. And actually, Baltic, I think, venture capital and private equity association and community as such is one of the most vibrant in Europe. We have people attending from, Poland and Sweden and other countries attending our annual summits, and they say they've never seen anything like this in any other country.
What's your perspective about Baltic industries? Who have the biggest potential of attracting investments in nearest future? I don't know, upcoming years.
Many industries.
You can't name.
No, it's impossible because there's always the new centers of competences are emerging in Estonia or Latvia and Lithuania. It's, I don't know, wood processing in Estonia, but a different stage of wood processing in Latvia or pharmaceuticals in Latvia. It's like there is just a lot of, development, and it's so active. It's like, I think Jānis, mayor of Cesis, was making an example like every time something happens in Cesis and you get somebody from Germany saying, oh, wow, what's, it's true. There is
so
just
on a bigger
so
scale,
much.
it is very active.
Absolutely.
All right. If no further questions, yes, we don't have a prize for the most active.
Sorry about.
No, it's fine.
Quick question. What do you think is a bigger challenge here? Is it really the attraction of funds, or is it finding targets?
It's interesting. people are asking me so many times, is it difficult to find targets? No, it's not. And I've heard so many complaints that it's difficult, but it's really not. You just have to be kind of, I don't know. Maybe, I mean, the investment size in which we are operating, maybe it's easier in a way that there is less capital available. Yes, we are in this nice zone where for many local venture capital funds, it's too big. For international funds, it's too small. So actually, in our ticket size, like let's say up to 10, 15, 17 million euro, it's very nice. There are many nice opportunities. I would love to manage more funds to invest.
Sounds like a good news. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
All right, survivors, I'm proud of you. There's still somebody in the room. That's good, that's good. Do you know that we have a reception afterwards with some refreshments? Drinks, maybe? Or not by European Commission? Well, we'll see about that, but it's worth to wait in terms of the content as well. So in this TED-style talk section, we have another presentation done by Anna Krzyżanowska. Woo! I was really worried about this one. Previously, she has worked in EBRD in London, working on financial operations in Europe and also in Central Asia. Currently holds the position of the head of unit in DG for Economic and Financial Affairs. So please, welcome on the stage, Anna Krzyżanowska. All right.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience. Unfortunately, our common European sky is not always as efficient as it should be, and I missed my flight in Paris, the connecting flight to Riga. I wanted to share a story with you. When I started the European Commission, I came from the EBRD, very exciting environment, and my first job at the European Commission was talking to groups like yours of researchers and trying to convince them that we're going to take the money for good researchers and give it to horrible bankers. And that was even before the banking crisis. So you can imagine that this was not an easy sell. If you fast forward these 14, 15 years, we are actually quite proud of what we've achieved in giving money in financing for different innovative companies. So as you nicely said, and it's very, very rare that my name is pronounced correctly in a conference, so thank you very much for that. My name is Anna Krzyżanowska. I did financing of innovation and DG research at the Commission, then financing of enabling infrastructures in DG Connect, which is a digital DG, and today I'm at DG ECFIN, bringing you the future, just to make sure that our previous speaker does not run out of the blue bar financing when she needs them. So let's start. Why do we believe it is important to have money, public money, European money, in innovation in Europe? You've probably seen some version of these numbers before. We are quite concerned. We do not have enough money in venture capital. We have a testimonial to this. We know that our research and innovation investment by companies is not comparing well with our main competitors. And we know that the number of unicorns we produce in Europe, well, leaves something to be desired. So, yes, we've been doing it for 15 years. Yes, there are certain things we are really proud of, but there's still quite a lot to be done, and we are ready to do it. And I'm going to bring you a few details of that. So once we've done our innovation financing, it was great, but it was not enough. There's never enough money. There was always more demand for the European support, even though our conditions are actually quite strict. We really care about sustainable investment, we care about playing by the rules, and we care about economic sustainability of the projects we support. And Jacques Delors said that Europe grows by its crisis. And 2009 crisis was a nice opportunity to actually go back to the member states, go back to the European Parliament and say, we need more. We need to have a quantum leap in terms of investment. Not only the investment in SMEs, not only investment in innovation, but also the investment in infrastructure, which is the enabling for innovation and for the future. So these two gentlemen reached a nice agreement and said that Europe can deliver and bring a mobilization of 315 billion euros in European investment in the 3 years to come. And we've reached that target. When we started, it was not only about putting money on the table. We realized that this financing needs to reach the real economy, and we had a need to make sure that people know about it, and then there is a platform where investors and projects can meet. Well, 315 billion euros is not pocket change, but still to get this knowledge to smaller companies is not that easy. And for these companies to get to the level of sophistication, they can actually go to the EBRD, to the EIB, to the EIF, and talk about their investment. We also pooled all our resources, which were fragmented in different programs at the European Commission, to create one gateway into the advisory service. And that's how EIA was born. In particular, the European Fund for Strategic Investment, the EFSI, the Juncker Plan, you've heard about it under different names, was particularly reinforced by the work that we are doing on the regulatory side, where we really tried to increase the predictability and the quality of regulation, make sure there are no obstacles to investment, to make sure that the barriers are reduced or eliminated. It's not new. It's been done by the legal transition team at the EBRD when I was there for many, many years. But it took also a quantum leap because it really focused on feedback from our financing partners about where these investments are particularly important. And that's how our great financing, 350 billion, reached within 3 years as announced. And today increased to the target of 500 billion by 2020. As you see, it works quite well. It works in all the member states. The map that you see on the left-hand side is the map that shows the financing comparative to GDP. It is not true that we do not get financing in smaller countries like the Baltic states. It is just that the Baltic states cannot absorb as much as Spain or Germany. That is a fairly natural phenomenon. But the absorption rates in our smaller countries and in the central and eastern part of Europe, which we were really worried about, is actually performing quite well. So we're really proud of that activity. But where the mobilization of regulatory activity has been most pronounced is in the creation of capital market union. We knew, and I don't probably have to convince all of you, that our companies, big and small, are overexposed to the banking sector. We know what happened to the banking sector. We had a few sleepless nights on that particular subject. And we knew that we have to increase the stability and the versatility of sources of financing for companies by deepening the capital market union. Let's be honest, it's going to take time. It's still a market that's quite fragmented. It's still the market which does not fulfill our ambitions to have cross-border IPOs and access to finance to all the companies we would want to. But we are making small steps by making sure we speak the same language, we apply the same rules, and that we eliminate barriers that may appear in different stock exchanges around Europe. So, where are we today? We are actually doing quite well. In this particular region, the SME window of FC has been quite successful. I recall with great pleasure a Halloween name of a company called Skeleton, which is not only a phenomenal tech story. Now I'm going to get it wrong probably. It's the ultra capacitor. Now for those of you who didn't know, and I didn't know, it's a new way of storing energy, beating batteries on its performance. This is the company that's using graphene, another great story that we got all excited about, to do so. And not only it's a great success story in tech, it's also a great success story of expansion beyond its natural region. And to the best of my understanding, on the quasi-equity they have received from the EIF recently, this company is now opening facilities in Germany. We continue doing the work on the infrastructure innovation. Infrastructure innovation is a name that covers usually bigger companies, but infrastructure is necessary for SMEs to grow. It is the enabling part of our activity. Not only the digital infrastructure, which is obviously enabling, but also the transport and energy, which we focus on quite a lot. We also focus on nice things like financing universities and really financing the future, like the University of Latvia, which received a loan for a new academic campus, or by infrastructure in cities, for those of you who braved the rain, not with your cars, but with the tram or a hydrogen fuel cell bus to come to this conference today. They also have European money to thank for that. The future will be coming in part through our activities on the advisory side, and here you see quite a lot of activity within the region on the advisory side. There's no condition that companies that receive support on the advisory need to be financed. Sometimes it's not possible. Sometimes they're too early in the process. Sometimes they will go to their traditional banks. But it is a good indicator of countries that are active. So that's where we were on FC. FC is a great European success story. And being a great European success story, we always ask ourselves, okay, have we done our job? When I was at the EBRD, we were always saying, these were the times, that our job is to make ourselves useless. You know, once the market will finance, we are useless, okay? We can move out. The blue bar will shrink, and we will not be needed anymore. Well, the world has moved from then. The world has become much more innovative, much more challenging from the technological perspective, and it is changing much faster than we ever thought was possible. So I think there is still quite a lot of space for the European money to support investment in innovation, in infrastructure. And we decided this time around to go with the same level, same volume of efforts, but in a much easier and simpler structure. So today, a lot of different labels that you may have seen in the market, the Innofin, the SIP, the COSME, all these underlying ideas that have now been tested and we know they're successful, will become products within the InvestEU. We're going to keep the advisory hub because that's a good way of helping companies come to their proper business plans and their proper proposals for financing. And we're keeping the investment portal, the InvestEU portal, which is an information source and a meeting place between the financiers and the companies. I'm going to go quickly because that's not in the right place. So here are all the little instruments, and some of them incredibly successful, that we're going to fold into the InvestEU as we go along. What is the other key innovation of the InvestEU? After having a fantastic cooperation with the European Investment Bank and the European Investment Fund, which are our European, covering all member states, financial institutions, we decided to bring into the fold other great financing institutions that are active on the market, EBRD being one of them. Council of Europe Bank being the other IFIs that we'll be approaching, but also the companies which are working within member states, perhaps with less international outlook, but still very active in all member states, the national promotional banks, the national promotional institutions, trying to involve them in the European project of financing companies. Okay, how much money is on the table? Quite a lot. And it's split in 4 pillars. We're keeping the sustainable infrastructure pillar and the SME pillar. But we also want to put special efforts on research, innovation, and the digital challenges of the future. These are the ones that we expect to attract particularly the money on the market. And what is new and what is very, very important is the emergence of social investment. I don't want to go very long about this, but this is the area which gets a lot of people extremely excited. It's true that my generation, with the opening of the markets, has been quite excited about building the economy, making money, making things happen, making things bigger. The new generation is excited sometimes about some different things, not adding the zeros on your bank account, but by making changes that have a different type of profit. And we see these projects coming in. They are not going to make anybody rich, but they are finding and financing solutions to the social challenges of our times, and they're extremely effective about it. So it's the commercial logic. They need to cover the costs, otherwise it's not an investment, but they bring a lot of social sector passion into making our world better. And they are very effective about this. So we're looking at new projects just like social bonds. We're looking at cooperation with the public sector, whether they could leave or delegate to these commercial ventures some solutions that they were doing out of pure public sector redistribution before. So we have great hopes on that particular part of InvestEU. How is it going to work? We are going to guarantee our implementing partners, which before were EBIB group, now they're going to be more numerous. And these financing partners will either directly finance the companies, or they will finance them through intermediaries, the funds, the banks, the guarantee institutions. And we will see whether the mobilization of this local knowledge can bring us into more policy-relevant portfolios, just to make sure that we don't do what the private sector wants to do anyway, and at the same time to smaller projects and perhaps less typical projects. It is all about reducing or sharing the risk with the financing sector, working for the innovation, for infrastructure, for research, and for social. The proposal contains also a suggestion, a recommendation to the member states who are beneficiaries of social funds, of structural funds. These governments are encouraged to come to us and make sort of a similar FCs at the national level, bringing the contribution as a support for a guarantee and financing it via the structural funds. So we are hoping some member states will want to continue that work at the national level as well. What's next? We have a new commission, we have a new president-elect, we have new portfolios. The legislative process has been kind of put on hold when these political changes were taking place. But our commissioner designate, the Italian commissioner, has InvestEU in his mission letter. So we're going to continue working on InvestEU. However, it will become part of a bigger structure, the overall ambition of Ursula von der Leyen to make sure that Europe's economy is green, social, and fit for the digital future. We are back obviously 2 pillars. We love pillars. There's going to be continuation of the pillar approach where we will in parallel align interests by policy, including fiscal policy, by investment, putting money into default, and by regulation. There was an announcement of the European Green Deal. There is going to be more activity, both in policy, regulation, and finance, on the Capital Markets Union, including the IPO fund, which you called for. So hopefully this is going to happen, helping the companies exit. And we are actually quite confident that InvestEU will be one of the contributors to that future. Okay, well, by sheer bad luck, I was only given 3 hours in this beautiful city of Riga. And that has 2 negative aspects. The first one, I couldn't see the city. I'm really sorry about that. And the second, I will have little time to have conversations with you and will not have that much time to take these stories back to Brussels about your financing needs and your ambitions for the future. But please keep coming those, because that's what makes us excited and that's what makes us our job easier. We are really there to make sure that no brilliant idea in Europe goes unfinanced. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And if no brilliant idea goes unfinanced in Europe, how do you see in future Europe competing against or with being with Asia and America in this race and global, competitiveness? You must think in your DG about these aspects as well. And there's lots of, narratives about Europe being asleep and the tigers awakening in the east. So, in short, what's your opinion about it?
I think in every conference I get one question for which I could be fired. So I think that's the question. It's a highly politically charged question, obviously. It is clear that we do realize and we follow the economic analysis, and we know that Europe is shrinking in terms of weight in the global decision-making. And people who used to be our partners in the global decision-making are sometimes quite unpredictable. You might think of a name, probably. And yes, we do think about it a lot. The solutions are unfortunately not easy, and they do not span just the finance or just the economic analysis or just a policy on energy. It is a constant work that we have, and we'll see where the political leadership wants to go, how far they want to go, in making sure that whenever we work with the market, that we actually send coherent incentives and signals. So, to answer your questions perhaps less cryptically, I don't know to what extent the call that was political call for more industrial policy will be espoused by the new commission. The new commission just met once and they haven't announced anything after that meeting, so we don't know where we're going to go. But it is not about a particular choice, the choice you will read about in the Financial Times. It is about making sure that our work, regulation, policy, and finance are following that choice in the coherent manner, and that we have sufficient credibility among member states who are, at the end of the day, implementing this legislation, that are following the policies, that they actually follow that route. So that's the challenge for us.
Yeah. All right, we have a question in the room, yes?
Hello, Alexei Petrov, State Real Estate of Latvia, and we're one of those companies receiving advisory hub services, and I would like to thank you for that. We're waiting for first interim report, so for you to bring back some good cases, and we're looking at the off-balance sheet possibilities of capital investment. So advisory hub is working and is very very supportive, and I hope we'll receive what we're expecting to receive. So thank you for these activities. Thank you.
It's always a pleasure. I'll bring that to my colleagues.
Yes, a question here.
Thank you. Ignas Degutis from Baltica project. Actually, I wanted to say that I have signed my one contract on FC in Lithuania for 200 million euros, so it's working actually in Baltic states.
Right.
And we used to, now working with DG Regio, with DG Move as well, and DG Move initiated a blending call for FC and CEF, and it's working very well. Demand is higher than supply. And in the past, like 2 years ago, there were some problems merging or blending FC and cohesion funds. Is there a progress in these blending calls or blending FC and cohesion funds, and do you plan to improve this in the future?
Well, there is progress, but if you ask me if we're satisfied with the progress, the answer is no. Okay, so we made a proposal to make it easier. We do realize that mixing money from different sources of the European budget has been quite difficult, and this is the reason why we put InvestEU together. Because we want these financial instruments and guarantees to actually operate within the garden of the same rules. And we approached all the legislative legal basis for the sources of grant money to include a possibility for blending. And we were successful in that. The college adopted our approach that in principle, InvestEU could be blended with grant financing of different programs. That's where we start. You know, there is the saying at the Commission that our proposals are like race horses, and they are sort of groomed and beautiful and strong, and then they go into the process of negotiation, and at the end, if you have a lame donkey, it's okay. Huh? So. It's probably an exaggeration, but yes, we do have quite a lot of ideas coming from the member states, ideas coming from the European Parliament, and it is very difficult to make sure that at the end of the process, all these coherences that we put at the beginning remain untouched. And in particular, and that is probably a question you need to ask to your own governments in plural, because there is a perception, both in the Parliament and in the Council, that by opening more possibility for the structural funds to work with the financial instruments, we kind of weaken the grant logic and the shared management logic of the structural funds. So the I haven't taken part in the negotiations, but I was told that, you know, that the negotiations were a bit defensive. Now we do come back to different working groups in the Council. We explain why we really believe this is important. So there is progress.
All right. Thank you very much for coming, and sorry for the struggle with the flights.
Nah, it's okay.
It happens. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Not to fall off. Whoops.
All right. We have a special speaker today in our agenda. He's the director of Spatial Foresight Research Institute, Dr. Kai Baume, and we are actually very delighted that he has accepted to deliver the honorary lecture today on the importance of tailor-made homegrown development and investment strategies. So please, and of course we look forward to hear the answer to a question: does place matter for investments? Hello, please come to the stage. Hey.
Thank you.
All right, so the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. Well, good afternoon, and thank you very much for the introduction and also for the invitation. For me, it has been a very interesting day, and I listened with two sets of ears. On the one hand, you talked a lot about SMEs. Spatial Foresight is an SME, so being in your target group or not was one part, and then about the territorial or geographical dimension. What does it actually mean when we put that on a map, what you have been saying here? And maybe just kind of for the first one, I started Spatial Foresight, it's now 12 years ago, in Luxembourg. Today we have offices in Luxembourg, Germany, and France. We run assignments in about 30 countries in Europe, I think 4 in Latin America, and yesterday a colleague came back from an assignment in China. So, but still we are completely different type of SMEs than what you are talking about. Talking about the territorial dimension and the territorial diversity, that is kind of the topic we are working with at Spatial Foresight, and to understand how certain things interact with the territory and with the territorial development. And here's, of course, a question, all those investments don't happen just in companies. Those companies have places where they happen. What those companies produce is used or is affecting places. So, and I tried all the time today to think about, okay, what does it really imply? What is the picture that emerges of the 3 Baltic states if I follow all the different things that have been said today? And of course, I can't give you now the map. I'm not able to kind of sketch that on a map immediately. But we did a few years back a study for the Baltic Sea region, and earlier this year, actually, a number of workshops, again, for the future of the Baltic Sea region in about 30 years from now, where we talked to stakeholders from all the 11 countries, from different sectors, to say, okay, what do you expect are the events that will shape the Baltic Sea region, and what do we expect, which types of territories there are? So from that, we depicted a number of possible developments, also possibilities how the Baltic Sea region might look like in a few decades. It's not about what people want to see, it's not a vision. It's really a scenario about what it could be. And I just, to start off, want to show you 2 of those that colleagues of mine have then done after we have had all those events, also a very successful workshop here in Riga in June, actually. And if you take on the, what is left one, that was a discussion that focused very much on green tech, artificial intelligence, fourth industrial revolution aspects, and then, well, here there's a huge potential in the Baltic Sea region to actually become quite an international, if not global player. But if you look into the logic of that, you get very much into the logic of the winner takes it all, kind of you need certain hubs, and it's there, it's happening. And then throughout the discussions, of course, every country says the hub will be in my place, so there was kind of no agreement where the hub would be. But what we kind of, just kind of to provoke by the end of the day, depicted, okay, we could maybe imagine 2 dual hubs, kind of one kind of Tallinn, Helsinki, and one Malmö, Copenhagen, saying, well, these will basically be the hubs, and when people think about the Baltic Sea region, they will think about those 2 places, and then there's a huge park around it, and some nice sea, and that's about it. That was kind of a very technology, innovation-driven discussion we had, that when we turned it into geography, it ended up there. We had completely other discussions, and that is maybe shown on the second map to your right, that we're very much focusing on, well, if we take the green, if we take kind of that Green Deal, we take the circular economy one step further, and we really think circular economy, and depict that, what that really means, and how that translates into territory. And then the discussion went into, well, it would mean that the products we produce last longer. So this kind of main place of production becomes maybe less important. The big transport hubs reduce a little bit, but what we get is quite a lot of industry on repair and reuse. And where would that be? Also if I break that device and want to have it repaired, I won't ship it back to Rotterdam, to China, get it repaired. But in that kind of industry, it's much more likely that there's something more close by that can say, okay, we can fix that. So that we see actually a growing of a number of smaller or larger cities, but not that kind of extremely concentrated version. And that is also one of the possibilities. Again, both kind of take things to extreme. Both were meant to provoke a discussion that if we do certain policies for the Baltic Sea region, we don't think about the territory, but by the end of the day, it boils down in a territorial aspect. And I think that was just kind of what I tried today to picture, like, where do we end up here? And basically what we usually then think about is quite a number of trends and how they play out in different territories. And don't be afraid, I won't talk you through all of them. But I think a few highlights maybe. If we think about renewing industries and innovation, well, there we have very different trends, some that are kind of blue economy, green tech, which are already going on. We have kind of Internet of Things, robotics, big data, so that's not really something new anymore, but we still see those things coming. We see more emerging where nobody really knows what it will be in the fourth industrial revolution, where we say, okay, we're not really sure how all those mergers really work out and where that ends. But there are also all the discussions, and I think that's maybe a continuation from the last presentation, where we think, okay, can growth be defined differently? Can we think beyond GDP, quality of life and well-being as important measures that still work in an economic way, but put a little bit our priorities as a way we work things differently? But we have also kind of environmental trends, and well, I guess I don't need to talk about climate change here. Pollution of the sea, well, the Baltic is still the most polluted sea on the planet. So I think there's still quite a topic here in the area that will have an effect also on the economic development if you think about all the resources and turning that into things. The Arctic was already mentioned, that there are actually prosperous expectations that we can use that in a different way. A point where usually people then start hitting me is saying, when there's like scarcity of water and food, well, that's nothing for Europe. That's kind of for other parts of the world at the moment. But if we think already this summer what happened in terms of unpredictable weather conditions, what that means for farmers, we might in some parts of Europe see that there's a transition that is a little bit more challenging than just business as usual for the next decades as well. Then also today we got quite a mentioning of demographic change and how that works here in the Baltics. I think there's those parts, there's the aging part, a part which I believe we usually forget when we discuss in Europe, and which at the moment is a small seed, but a lot of people expect that to grow. And that is actually when we look at young, bright, ambitious people here in Europe and where they go. We are usually always concerned about migration into Europe, but we see increasingly young, future, bright people moving out of Europe, saying, well, the exciting places to develop things are somewhere else. So I think we also need to think a little bit about that part, kind of how to handle that and not only think migration in the other direction. I think what wasn't mentioned so much, but I think is often in the background, is actually the rising middle class in other parts of the world, which affect what we can sell or produce in terms of service or goods. So there's an aspect that plays quite into also the regional development by the end of the day. And then we have that part which, in the beginning, when we introduced that into our trend monitoring about 10 years ago about democracy changing patterns of decision-making, was a little bit contested. But I think it's getting more and more acceptance that we actually need to look into how decision-making functions, how governance functions, and what are the trends there. And there we see very many different trends. And here are a few, some of them are really more on this kind of co-creative, participatory approach that helps a lot. But then we see also the protectionism, the rising global tensions. So we see at the moment, at different scales, things are going in different directions. And they all impact. And if I just very quickly, before I come to the investment part, go to saying, what does it mean in terms of territory? If we take that very broad band, we basically see a concentration of economic activities within regions, within countries, but also within Europe to a large part. And that is kind of where the economic growth is, and that we also see in particular in countries that those regions, often the capital regions that are already performing better than the rest of the country, are even doing better. So the districts are in parts growing. And at the same time, we see challenges of shrinking regions, inner peripheries. And I was day before yesterday in Finland and talked to colleagues, and they said, well, their forecast is actually that in terms of both demographic and economic growth, for the next decades, there will be only 3 places in Finland that will grow. the rest of that waste country will probably experience decline and shrinkage because of those concentration tendencies, which of course comes and also, or is closely linked to quite a number of increasing social inequalities of those people that are in the regions where people move out and there's difficulties. And I think that we see partly in the populist movement, in the political decisions, and in that kind of fragmentation aspect. And I think that is a little bit what is depicted on that map here, where things actually are in different ways falling apart. And while that is kind of standard things, we see that kind of there is a risk that technology and innovation accelerates it, but could also change it if we play it right. And that, I think I mentioned the fourth industrial revolution. I think we also see that if we look at innovation at a European scale, it's kind of northwest Europe where there really the things are happening. And also innovation for the circular economy is very much concentrated to a few points where really those innovations are made. And at the same time, we see also decreasing agglomeration advantages. A lot of metropolitan areas actually fighting with the costs of agglomeration. So there is a counterbalancing it. But that is when we look at the places as they are. If we say, well, places don't exist independently of each other. Actually, what happens in one place has a high impact on another place. And I think there we see quite a lot of growing interdependencies. And that's a little bit the contradiction we experience at the moment. On the one hand, we get a societal debate that is more about my place and me. At the same time, we see a reality where all the places are much more interconnected, and increasingly that is happening. I think you mentioned a number of times today that, well, we need to cooperate in the Baltics, we have investments here, and we have people from there. Also, you have displayed that very nicely today, how interconnected all that is. At the same time, we see a lot of discussions about regional development, which are shutting things nicely around. But anyway, what we see, maybe if we start with more the regional level, we see increasingly flows when it comes to services of general interest. At my primary school, the daily healthcare, the post office, they are more and more concentrated in urban centers. So there is an economy behind it, because having a post office that sells twice a week 2 stamps, it's hard to justify. So we have that tendencies to say, okay, we need to have that more centralized, and we get that into the urban center. But that leaves some areas in rather trouble. We also, when we discussed sharing economy, also that has a certain critical mass. As if I want to share basic car sharing, I need a few people around. I can't do that with my own, and I need them in some sort of proximity. So also there is a certain minimum level of kind of density usually beneficial. But then if we look more globally, we see quite a lot of global networks when it comes to knowledge. And that is interesting when you look into the latest research, where they say, well, the real centers of innovation, they are often not those where they benefit most from those innovations in terms of translating that into new products or new services and getting an economy out of it. It's also not the proximity necessarily, but it's more whether people in my place are very well connected to people in those places where the innovation happens and have the capacity to understand what has been done as an innovation and how they can translate that into a better or a new product or service. So it's actually more that kind of networking function, the flows in that networks that matter. And I think that the same is, we looked quite a lot on foreign direct investment from non-European players into Europe. And also that has a very clear geography, which is very urbanized. This is very much kind of the areas they find on a map, they know. So when you look at those figures, you get a very clear aspect. I think talking about transport, well, freight is very clearly, you have the growing hubs of transport in Europe. You also have kind of migration, and here we're mainly talking then about domestic migration or intra-European migration, which also has a very strong acceleration to those things. And one part that is often overlooked, but which some regions start actually working with, saying, okay, Kai, you at one upon a time, you moved from your country, from your city to somewhere else, but we keep a link. We try to profit from that our population is out in the world and is doing business there, is living there. and we try to get that link to have a flow back not only in you buy your holiday home or you support your family or whatever it is, but saying, okay, that is also a link for making business, that's a link for attracting people to invest here. So there is actually a number of regions that start developing strategies around that, to saying this kind of only brain drain perspective doesn't help, we need to see what we can do with that. So, but if we put that all together, then we basically see 4 things that for me pointed. We see actually at the moment quite a lot of social and spatial fragmentation. And that map we did in early 2016 when kind of Brexit wasn't even on the agenda to the level it is now, but where there was quite a lot of feeling around in the groups we discuss with usually that things are breaking apart and that we have increasing inequalities between people, which in the end translate into inequalities between places. So it's not only different societal groups, but as some are more mobile and move away and others are feeling left behind. So we translate that actually into a disparity or inequality between places. DG Regio coined the term of the geography of discontent, linking that actually to the populist voting results, saying, okay, we also see that this kind of inequality between places translates into election results, where certain types of places with certain geographic features have much more populist votes than others. And that then in science, people talk about places that don't matter. Basically, people in those places feel nobody cares about us, it doesn't matter. And that drives the fragmentation. And we usually talk about a geography of future perspectives, where depending where I am, for my region, for my place, for me, my business, I have different future perspectives. And I think that is where it comes from me to investments, because we do a lot of this analysis and seeing kind of what are different development paths. And then we, on the one hand, talk a lot to DG Regio and to different ERDF programs where they say, okay, how can we do, where do we need to invest? But we also talk a lot to, for instance, EIB, where they say, okay, it's all very nice. But when we invest, there's a very clear economic logic, and we can't change that. So the question is, what do we really need to think about? I think some of the points we discuss at the moment is to see whether we can find a more place-sensitive type of investment, where we say, okay, place sensitivity in investments maybe makes a sense, and I will try to tell you why I believe that actually is of a benefit to think more in that direction. And it basically means that when we invest in a place, that we try to understand how that place is performing compared to other places in the same region, in the same country, or in Europe. Saying, is that place in certain parts overperforming or underperforming? And the investment we do in that region, will that change that relative role of a place? Will it kind of further accelerate that it's leading in certain parts, or will that help to catch up? So that we basically not only look at the company or whatever you invest in, but that we look also at the location of that investment and try to see what is that. And I think what we then see when we look into different examples for investments, and now I have first more, let's say, public investments, and then we move to things that are probably more in the private sector interest as well. We have on the one hand quite a lot of connecting infrastructure. And here, one of the points is that a lot of the large-scale investments think of places as points that you connect. There's an efficiency of the network, and you connect those places. But I think it's also about the integrating of a larger region into that and thinking in a more integrated way how other parts can benefit of that investment as well and what we need to do to that. And while that is very logical and visual often when we talk about transport or railways, it is even more important when we talk about internet mobile phone coverage, where we today, even in very advanced countries, have areas where urban areas are finely covered. We have rural areas where coverage is really poor, and people expect when we move over to 5G we will get that discrepancy even more growing, which means we can't tell people, well, you can work from here and you can do that if I don't have the capacity to use the apps that or applications that I need for my business and not just kind of standard social media. So I think there is one part, and that is kind of quite important. I think what we also overlook is the role of small and medium-sized cities and their role for gathering the economic potential of a wider area and serving that wider area. And we have actually looked into statistics in countries where the second largest city has a higher economic performance than the capital city area. Usually the entire country is performing better than countries where the capital city is by far outperforming the rest. So there is kind of a balancing act where we can say, well, there is a potential in secondary and smaller cities that we maybe undervalue and underestimate in a number of parts. And that then also kind of leads to the more functional regional approach. And here we have seen interesting examples in more rural areas, for instance, in Denmark, where they said, okay, instead of closing everything down, we try to merge those areas and have a division of labor, that part takes care of that part of that, so that we in that combined area still have a provision of the service that we need, and people don't need to move to the bigger cities, don't need to move to Copenhagen. Another part which is very much then on the EU policy agenda is usually cross-border regions, saying, okay, here it's also usually going across the border is enlarging your market. And in private business, that's not a problem, but when you talk public services, well, public services are thought, defined nationally, and there are millions of ways of how they stop when you can't make use of that on the other side. Living in Luxembourg and being very integrated, you find tons of examples where certain things suddenly don't go when you cross that border. But at the same time, there are extremely good examples and instruments in Europe that this can be overcome. It's just not used sufficiently. So I think that's also a part where we probably just need to think more of how we can make use of things that exist. But then I think, for me, probably the most important part, because I believe public investments can do a lot, but they only work if they are connected or generating afterwards private investment. Otherwise, we get those addicts to public investment that just say, I'm poor, please give me more. And that doesn't help us in the long run. That just kind of tries to stabilize the status quo. And I think here we can really think more about the decentralization potentials that we have in a number of emerging trends and developments. I think when we look about new technology and we talk to people that work a lot with additive manufacturing, saying, well, that means actually, well, think 3D printing large scale. And saying, okay, I can do my fantastic design wherever in the world, but instead of producing it there and shipping it over, there are actually expectations that in a decade or two we have kind of more regional 3D printing units that can tap into big designs and say, okay, we can print you the next bookshelf in the material that you want. So there's a lot of development where people say, okay, instead of producing centrally and shipping, we can actually go to a more decentralized production. And then, of course, also more rural areas. And earlier this morning, I think it was mentioned about land price and employment prices here in Latvia, saying, well, then also areas that have sufficiently low land prices might actually benefit from that, and saying we can do that, being closer to that market. And side effect, we probably reduce traffic flows and all the impact on the environment. I think all the aspects that comes with kind of the internet and new services offered via the internet, there's a lot of potential to do things centrally. And when I started working in the field in the mid-90s, we talked about the end of geography, and I think we always said from our side, not sure. And I think what we see at the moment is that the networks need to be there. Then maybe geography becomes less relevant. At the moment, the networks define the geography, and that is for internet and mobile phones that I mentioned, but it's also for energy. I think if you want to have renewable energy and have a grid where people can feed in energy and get it out, we need that grid to functioning, But of course, then we also need to have things to feed in. Also, you need both. You need the network in the right places, and you need the things around it. I mentioned already the circular economy and their potential for small and medium-sized cities. Another part which we are working on quite a lot at the moment is kind of more the bioeconomy and ecosystem services. Then also here, a lot of people in Europe, and that always scares me, think rural areas equal agriculture. And we have some of the most dynamic companies in rural areas in Europe, so it's not that rural areas are doomed to be anything. And also agriculture is not the nice kind of old man farming with his horse. It's quite a modern industry. You have quite a lot of bioeconomic aspects that go further than just kind of the first level of production. And I think also that is something we probably need to strengthen more and strengthen in the areas. And there's a potential to invest in places that are usually not the place of investment, because that's a new sector and that has a new potential. And that goes then together with renewable energy, with low carbon industries. And one part that I think was very visible in the last months in media is kind of ecosystem services. Then we all want to have fresh water, fresh air, and everything shall be clean and sober. And when somebody then says, okay, we have still a gigantic forest, we could turn that into wood industry and gone it is, then you have a scream out throughout the world or throughout the continent saying, well, you need to keep that because it's kind of so important for the ecosystem. Correct. But at the same time, if we are honest, kind of why do we ask people to say, okay, let's take, I think Romania and Poland are those that have still the biggest chunks of wild forest in Europe, saying, if we want you to keep that because we say that is important for the European ecosystem, for our large-scale freshwater production and clean air production and for the biodiversity, then we maybe need also to find a way that, okay, we still continue our industrial development and our pollution, and we want you to not have that. So we maybe need to about the thing, can we understand delivering ecosystem services as a tradable? Saying, if you give me that ecosystem service, I'm paying for that, and that helps you kind of to employ people, to maintain it, and to develop it, so that it's not just something that is kind of given by nature, but we actually start understanding it as a field of economic activity that also has a value. And that by that we also can make sure they are preserved because we value them in a way. So I think these are things, and I think all of those things have in common that they don't work per single sector. Well, I'm mainly advising people in the public sector where everything is very nicely split into different sectors because somehow you need to break complexity. But all of them require then by the end of the day that we bring quite a lot of different players from different sectors and from different levels of decision making together. And that leads me to my last point, which is about kind of the importance of good governance and good government for investments. And I think what we have been fighting with in regional economy, understanding how regional development works, a lot is saying if we do the same investment in human capital, in infrastructure, in technology, in two different places that have even similar preconditions, the benefit in terms of economic development can be worlds apart. And in particular, if you follow latest research by Andres Rodriguez Pozo, for instance, he did a lot on that and figured out that the level of quality of local, regional, but also national government matters a lot. If the context in public decision-making or management isn't good enough, then I can invest, but my return on investment will be much lower than if I have a system where I actually do have a good way. And when we talk about that, we talk about accountability, transparency, anti-corruption, things that, if you get EU grants, have been kind of measured back and down. But I think the point is we often look at it comparing countries. What is the problem can be rather local or regional level, where you also need to have those preconditions. So it's not that easy to say, okay, we have that as a conditionality in our EU, but we need more of that. The other part is capacity building. In particular, then you look then at the smaller local or regional players, engaging with those processes, engaging with those investments, requires a capacity to actually do that. Also if Rail Baltica comes to a small village to say, okay, we want to do this and that, it is a completely different way as if it comes to a capital region where they say, okay, that's our infrastructure department, we have those, and that are these departments. And I think that is something we often overlook. And where my experience working with the EIB is that even though that is often built in then into capacity measures, technical assistance measures, and saying there is a lot of support for that, that is partly time limited, and once the funding is over, the person that have been building that capacity, great, now I'm fit for the next step and move on, and that place still doesn't have it. Or we had places in Germany. As Germany is not known to be the kind of poorest and most undercapitalized country in Europe, but we were doing surveys about local development in Germany, and I was at a small village where the mayor told that, yeah, well, you know, Kai, we have to rebuild our primary school, but we don't really have some money in the municipality. So what I did last weekend, I went door to door to all our inhabitants that can we next weekend meet and do the repairs. We're all pretty handy. I was standing there, wait a moment. In Germany, we have kind of regional programs, we have Länder programs, we have federal programs, we have a wealth of EU programs. So you should be eligible to at least 5 different programs to do that. So why haven't you tried to get the money from one of those programs, get that done professionally, and maybe even by one of your local enterprises? You know, we're such a small municipality. We are happy if we manage our day-to-day business, and taking care of funding programs is really too much for us. Then it's easier to go to the neighbors and say, can we do something on Saturday? So I think, and that is a world if you live in a larger city, which is a little bit foreign to you. But I think if that is happening in villages in Germany, I don't want to know what that is in the rest of Europe, where the preconditions are even worse to do certain things. So I think that is one part of that. Then the final one is we need actually to talk about trust, and I think also that was mentioned earlier. If we say we do a lot in co-creative between countries, between different levels of governance, between different players, different sectors, then we can write lengthy agreements where everything is kind of spotted out, and we can have audits to make sure everything is done. But all that will not guarantee that it works, because by the end of the day, as humans, it's mainly kind of the trust part that is important. So I think looking at that is, for me, quite an important part also for good governance and good governance, that we have that trust, and also that people have that trust in their public services, in their governance systems, because otherwise you might see them turning away. So summing that all up, I think for me the main point is that we see those increasing spatial inequalities. We see a risk that they may increase even more in the decades to come. And we also understand from current research and current developments that actually the more spatial inequalities increase, the more the benefits of investments in infrastructure, human resources, and technology diminish. So we need to kind of also think a little bit about spatial inequalities when we invest. Not saying that this is the main part, but it's one part that we also should take into account. And therefore, I think for me, public policies and where possible kind of investments should pay more attention to those inequalities to make sure we stay at a level and not kind of have more things fragmenting and falling apart, and by the end drawing the carpet under our development and under the prosperous good examples that we have heard today. I think I leave it here and rather leave you to the drinks or for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kai. I think we, considering it has been a long day, we leave questions to the more informal part of today's event. Outside there's some wine and some snacks. I was there. You know, I checked it. It looks good. Looks good. So nothing more to say a lot, actually. Just thanks for being the surviving part of this crowd today. Thanks for having your contribution in the poll and also raising different questions. And yeah, thanks to all the speakers today. And that's it from my side. So thank you, and see you just outside the door at the reception. Thank you.